A very good afternoon to you if you are just joining us. Good to have your company. Peter Snowden and John Hindhoff with you for the second of the 3 hours that makes up the 6 hours of our qualifying weekend. Bit of a change of format this year, celebrating 50 runnings of the ADAC Total Energy 24 hours of the Nürburgring. What's it all for is what people have been asking on at RSL Studio, hashtag N24H, RSL N24Q for qualifying. Well, there are places up for grabs in the top qualifying in a couple of weekends' time, 3 weekends' time, 26th, isn't it, for the main race. There's manufacturer points as well, and there's the opportunity to get some running on the track configuration that is only used at the 24 hours. So it's this weekend and the 24 hours. That's the only time that we use the configuration of the Grand Prix circuit as it is for the 24. The only other time is this weekend. Yes, of course, there's plenty of opportunity during the NLS, the Nürburgring Langstrecke series, to get out onto the Nordschleife, but this is the only time where you can actually use the same weekend, the same track as the one for the big weekend. I would say don't worry about what's going on here. We've had qualifying. We've had a top 40 qualifying for yesterday's race. We've had a full top qualifying for everybody who's taking part in this race. So potentially that could have been 91. We didn't get quite that far through, but that was just a bit of experience for everybody. That set the grid for the race that we're about to see. When we get to the main race, we'll have all the lists and we'll be able to tell you who is, and more importantly, who isn't pre-qualified into top qualifying for the big race itself, and therefore who we've got to watch in qualifying when we get into the main race week. This is a unique event on a unique circuit, and the opportunity to come here and get some more time. Nick Tandy was at Spa yesterday, came down and took part in the warm-up this morning and top qualifying later in the morning. Manthey aren't here. They were at Spa. They're owned by Porsche now, of course, and we're running cars for Porsche in the WEC up at Spa yesterday. Now, in fairness, they're just around the corner. Could they have probably cobbled a team together and sent a car out? I'm sure they could. Did they need to? Would they have learned much more than they know? Olaf not as involved now, but the combined knowledge of this place is extraordinary, from the guy from Moispath, the guys from Voicepath, which is just round the corner, just up the Dottinger and on driver's left there. So yes, there's plenty going on. Yes, there's some pride. There's definitely manufacturers' points up for grabs this weekend, but the main thing is that you get a bit of time on the circuit, and as I say, enjoy this race for what it is. 3 hours, which was extremely strategic yesterday. If you weren't with us, it was won by the BMW Junior team in the new BMW M4 GT3. They've locked out the front row again after top qualifying, but they were beaten to the punch, Peter Snowden, in terms of pole position, although the junior team still very much on the front row.
Absolutely, but the Valkenhorst team got to the bragging rights today, haven't they? They've gone and got the brownie points for putting it on P1.
With a new qualifying record.
With a new qualifying record. If you're going to do it, that's the way to do it. Because so far it's been, we said they've got these 3 teams entering these new cars, but it's always been the BMW Junior team and Rover Racing have been duking it out at the front. Yesterday it was a reverse finish, we're saying, oddly, because we're talking about the last NLS round, NLS 3, where it was Augusto Farfus in the Rover one and Max Hesse in the BMW Junior car that was second by 1/10 of a second. Come to yesterday, they managed to reverse that round. Today, new pole position. You asked me before what I thought it would be. I said, hard to not put money on being one of the new M4s. Well, it's there, and second. But it's a different team this time, Valkenhorst, right up at the front there. Great job by Christian Krohns in qualifying. As you say, if you're going to put it on pole at the Nürburgring, why don't you do it with a new lap record as well? I know it's not official, but we know it counts. The clock says.
We've broken it twice actually in the last 2 days, because the top 40 qualifying we had on Friday, that's eclipsed Lawrence Van Teur's qualifying record from, when did I say that was from? From 17, wasn't it?
17 or 18, you said. 18,
and then that's gone again by another 10th this morning at the end of that full field session that we had. Great to watch those cars being pushed to the very limit. So we're down to an 808.4 now, which is extraordinary.
We're also down
808.566. Sorry,
John. We're also down the Glickenhaus as well. That's pulled out. It's been withdrawn from this with this ongoing steering stroke wheel bearing issue. They're not quite sure what.
So not the gearbox now.
No, we saw the issue yesterday, didn't we, with Richard Westbrook being interviewed, taking the steering wheel off. That's where they started with. There's something they're not comfortable with that car from the driver's hands on the steering wheel to the bits on the road at the front that steer it, and there's something in between that's not quite behaving the way it should do. So perhaps going around this circuit is not something you want to do with that.
We did see drive-by-wire technology proven here in an AMG.
Correct, Darren Turner last year.
Yeah, with the
SpaceX cars.
DriveX cars.
DriveX cars.
Yeah, SpaceX is rocket science. Although interesting,
Darren will take that.
Interesting. A lot of guys who used to run the factory Porsches in IMSA went to work for SpaceX in the US. Yeah, the DriveX system, very interesting, proving that it can work. It would require a change of legislation in the UK. I remember many years ago driving a Renault tractor unit with a big, a 40-foot long trailer on the back with a joystick. Only a joystick, no pedals, but no connection to the wheels. At that stage wasn't legal. So
I talked to Darren about that last year. I said, how do you feel, psychologically, practically, logistically, and psychologically about driving? We've had fly-by-wire throttle for years.
Yes, of course.
A steer-by-wire,
brake-by-wire. You have in race cars now.
And he's typical race driver. He just said, if I had any doubts about it, I wouldn't be doing it. He said, so it's fine. He said the only bit of finessing left is, he said, it's so close. And bear in mind, this is being developed probably for mobility, disability vehicles on the road. Is that it's the final level of graining on a tyre. It hasn't quite got the feedback to read that.
Really?
It's that close.
Wow.
I was like, wow. As you said, wow, that's
so
impressive.
Many cars now have electrically assisted steering. I mean, even going back to our little run around Seat Ibiza that used to be my dad's, the little 1.2, that's got electrically assisted steering, and you hear that. So it hasn't got hydraulically assisted steering, and that's why you can have things like self-park cars, because it's all done through that. So it's not a million miles away from what we've already got. Very interesting technology being proven here on the Nürburgring Nordschleife. If you'd like to get in touch with us at RSL_studio, hashtag RSL24 RSL N24Q, German national anthem playing at the moment on the front straight. Full international coverage for you for this, the second of the two 3-hour events, and also with extended coverage in race week itself, culminating in the start of the race on the 26th. Hello to Fair Use, who's over in Washington, in the District of Columbia, Washington DC, rather than Washington CD, the original Washington, County Durham. He is everybody over there in the States. I've got a lot of people tweeting in. Fair Use, good to know you are tuned in, presumably in sound and vision, no blocks or breaks. Stay with us on the international feed, and we've got full world feed TV for you in race week as well, with the RSL audio on it, bringing it all back together again, as well as radio coverage for you if you are bandwidth challenged today or during the full race as well. Hello to Droid Andy. He said, great to hear that you guys on the N24Q. Do you think we'll have 24 hours of running at this year's race at the end of the month? Having it late last year made a huge difference to the weather. Shortest race in terms of race laps ever last year, with the bad weather and the gap in the race for that overnight. Well, we can cross our fingers, but it's the Eiffel, and you never know. You really never know what it's going to be like. It could just as easily have fog, rain, hail, even snow when we come to the end of the month, as we did when we moved it back later in the year. The authorities here and the race authorities and organisers here are very, very good at forecasting ahead a few days. NLS2 was postponed on the Tuesday or the Wednesday.
The Wednesday.
Yeah, the Wednesday of race week, where, frankly, looking at the webcams around the circuit, it was beautiful. I'd have been there in a shorts and T-shirt. By the time we got Friday afternoon, there was 1.5 inches of snow and ice around the place, and it didn't clear up at all until after we would have been there on Sunday. Chase car, the Audi A6 estate, having a bit of fun going out onto the Nordschleife. I would say that is
spirited.
Yeah, and also rear-wheel biased, the rear-wheel drive biased, actually, just going on the Grand Prix circuit, actually, at the end of the first group. 2 groups today, because we had 91 entries originally for this. We've lost a few cars. There was a couple of GT3 cars, Snowy, that went awry yesterday. The number 15 and the number 22, wasn't it, that we lost yesterday when they came together?
We did, yeah, the 2 Audis, yeah, they've lost those. Of course, we've lost the Glickenhaus I just mentioned. Normally, NLS has 3 starting groups. You're quite right today, John, just 2 for this. The first group is SP9, SPX, SP8T, 7, Cup X and Cup 2. And rather than reading out all the rest of the classes, Group 2 is all the others. Nice,
love it. Not full entries in all of those classes, with a reduced number of cars here. 91, reduced number of cars. What are you talking about, Heindorf? Well, I think the max number now is, the absolute max number is 180. We haven't been close to that for a couple of years. We've run in the 130s, 140s for a couple of years. This year, with the travel restrictions lifted, we should get somewhere nearer to that. I would hope over 150 cars for the main race. We'll get the full entry list for that in a week or 10 days' time. Sometimes grouchy, happily tuned in from Virginia, happily being in Virginia, beautiful part of the world. And coming up, of course, we've got the IMSA series, the WeatherTech series, with the GT Festival at VIR. Kerrigan Smith and the team there, been very busy. Place looks an absolute picture. I was looking at some photographs from there the other day. That green and pleasant land there, natural terrain road circuit that is just so picturesque. It's like racing through somebody's backyard.
Just make myself a slight correction, just to make sure I'm quite clear on that. We lost 2 Audis yesterday. One of those did return. We did lose one of them, of course.
Okay.
The 22 car, the Lion Speed, is back out. That's on track today, so don't be alarmed if you thought we said it isn't. It's the number 15. They were involved in that incident yesterday. One survived, one didn't. It's the 15 Phoenix entry that didn't take part, with Calvin van der Linde and Dries van Toor and Frederik Vervisch in. Starting drivers front row, as a matter of interest, it's the pole man that's in the BMW, the Valkenhorst. It's Christian Krohns that's going to take the start of this race, but alongside him, the junior team, the 72, they're keeping to their standard format. Of course, they're going to change this now, but the first driver out is Neil Verhagen.
Yeah, and he started very well yesterday.
Exactly what they did. They did it yesterday, and they've done this all throughout this season so far. They've got this set order that seems to work for them. Neil Verhagen starts, Daniel Harper goes in second, and then Max Hess goes in at the end. Now, of course, they're going to change that round now, but the first driver is correct on that one.
Now, they won yesterday, and they won with a strategy that had us for a little while at the end of the first hour scratching our heads. They only did 6 laps.
687.
687 was how they broke up the 3 hours yesterday. So just 2 pit stops for the winning cars. In fact, the top 3 cars all did 6 laps, 8 laps, 7 laps. There is a set pit stop time, a mandatory time, depending on how many laps you have done, how much time you've done out on the circuit, which comes into play for that. And so there's some very careful balancing and calculations goes on. But it looked to us, and certainly to me, yesterday, that they were going to struggle to make it on one more stop after they stopped what I thought was a little bit early. But Dan Harper in that middle stint did 8 laps. 8 laps was the most we saw of anybody doing stints yesterday. There was a number of cars in SP9, the GT3 class, that did it. Dan Harper did a brilliant middle stint and actually took the lead in the middle stint due to the fact he'd done owing to the fact that he'd done those 8 laps and because of the pace. So he wasn't soft pedaling at all. And then it was a 7-lap stint for Max Hesse at the end, who brought the car home to a 10-second victory as it was yesterday. I don't see much need to change that unless things are exceptionally different in terms of code 60s or yellow flags. We will not see, if you are unfamiliar with this, we don't see safety cars. The cars leading the 2 groups around now will get parked up. If they go out, it will be to inspect things, but they tend to use other vehicles than the Audi R8s that are leading them round. We cover the track with slow zones, double waved yellows, code 120s and code 60s. Those are kilometres an hour, by the way. And it's very rare to see a neutralisation of the full track. Those speed restrictions and yellow flag areas absolutely 100% policed. And as the cars have all got GPS tracking, then the penalties will come quickly and they will be punitive, up to and including the exclusion of a driver, the exclusion from the event of a car, or indeed the removal of the driver's permit to race on the Nürburgring Nordschleife. There's no messing about here. If you are going to do quick extractions, if you are going to do barrier repairs with cars going by, then 60 kilometres an hour is the absolute maximum. And anybody who disregards that, the authorities, and I think rightly so, Peter.
Exactly the words I was going to use. Rightly so.
They come down like a ton of bricks on them. But in fairness, it happens so rarely that it sticks out like a sore thumb, because it's the respect here that everybody has for their competitors, the marshals, the workers, and the track itself.
Precisely, and the whole point is that the discipline in which they do this, the respect the drivers then give it, allows us to continue racing on this extraordinary circuit that you couldn't propose now in any modern world. So, and it is always good, clean, fair racing. Yes, there are incidents, and that's nearly always driver error, racing incidents, whatever, but it's never ever yet have I seen anything where it's been people being ridiculous or taking risks. It's all just been racing. It's part of it.
I think it's brilliant. We'll run through the front of the grid again for you if you didn't get it earlier on.
170 cars it is, by the way. This
170 now.
170 now.
170, yeah. Okay. Hello to David Edwards. He said, if Carlsberg made perfect afternoons, this is it. I've had a fry up, late breakfast, not moving for 3 hours. Not sure where you are in the world, David, but thank you for that. It is Peter Snowden and John Hindorf. This is the skeleton crew. Actually, Dan couldn't call neither of us skeletons, I'm afraid. It is the cut down. No, it's just us this weekend. We'll pull the full team in when we're back for the race, the full 24 hours. We're looking forward to bringing the whole team back down to this area of Germany, the Eifel Mountains. Lovely road trip for us. And hopefully you will join us for that. We'll start our coverage with the Midweek Motorsport and RS1 on Wednesday, and then roll straight into the Thursday, Friday, Saturday and Sunday with extended coverage of practice, qualifying, top qualifying, warm-up and the whole race live, of course. So settle back for the next 3 hours and a bit. That was one of the Caymans in the pit lane. I think that was one of the front-running Caymans, actually, as well. The lead group are at Versifen, which is coming down towards the lowest part of the track at the bridge down at Breitscheid.
Willkommen, liebe Zuschauer, zu dem Motorsport-Spektakel schlechthin.
Zuschauermagnet, guckt euch die Atmosphäre an.
Sensationelle Stimmung in der Eifel. Die Fans sehen wir hier, das Fahrerlager ist voll.
Also wenn du hier nicht aufgeregt bist, dann hast du irgendwas versäumt.
Und lassen wir uns freuen auf 24 Stunden Motorsport vom Allerfeinsten.
Das beste, das tollste Rennen hier in der Eifel mit den besten Fans der Welt. Startgruppe 1, die Veranstaltung läuft!
Ich krieg die Pimpernellen und ihr ärgert euch, wenn ihr nicht angereist seid.
an, Jörg. Die hell erleuchtete Grand Prix-Strecke, das Fahrerlager.
Rock and roll.
Die Action, die da passiert, sind die wahnsinnig.
Da regnet's. Schau dir das mal an. Also das ist jetzt mit Slicks nicht zu befahren, was wir da sehen.
Es überschlagen sich wieder einmal die Ereignisse. Wieder einmal wird das 24-Stunden-Rennen am Nürburgring zu einer Mischung zwischen Himmel und Hölle.
Berührung, Berührung und beide drehen sich.
Was für ein Finale. Die Sieger sind im Ziel. Überbordende Freude an der Box.
Dario, das sind Bilder, die wollen wir so früh nicht sehen. Gestern standet ihr schon, heute seid ihr gar nicht in die Startaufstellung gegangen. Was ist los mit der 607?
Ja, wir haben heute auf das zweite Rennen
A wee bit busy and no Glickenhaus either. Problems with a wheel bearing and that car will not take to the track today. Mantai were up at Spa yesterday for the WEC. They were on the Works GT Porsches, now owned by Porsche. Still from Moist Path, just round the corner to the race. Sad to see the Glickenhaus not here, and Jim Glickenhaus, who I'm sure came down from a very good run for them in the WEC, got the pole position in the Spa 6 hours and a decent run during the race as well. I'm sure Jim's here. He loves this event, and this was the first time we really started finding out about Glickenhaus was at this race with that beautiful P45 that he brought down here.
Extraordinary set up, the whole thing. I mean, extraordinary man in the first place. There's no wonder that he's built cars quite the way he has. Just going back to the races over the years, John, you just had a few firsts in there. The first winner was Hans Stuck in 1970.
Yep.
He didn't win it again for another 28 years.
In the diesel.
In the diesel.
Yeah,
so
correct.
If you're going to come back and do it 28 years later, do it in a diesel, and what a thing to come back, what a way to do it.
I missed the first win, of course, in that as I was skipping through for...
you weren't born in 1970, John, so you wouldn't have known about it.
For in 1996 for Sabine Rech, as she was there. We know her much better as Sabine Schmitz. The first victory for a female race driver. She's won it again. She won it again since then, and of course last year, to honour her and remind us all every time we come here that Sabina was the queen of this place. The first proper corner on the Nordschleife going downhill before you head down on the Hatzenbach, the left-hander that curves away down with that high curve on the left-hand side, was renamed Sabine Schmitz Curve. I had the good fortune to work a couple of times with Sabina on various Top Gear Live shows where we worked directly together, and she was as much fun when we were working together as she was afterwards. She loved to relax afterwards, and all I remember is laughing and her smile and how she didn't mind the self-deprecation that went on with all of those things when we were all having the you-know-what taken out of us by our presenter colleagues. Just brilliant, fabulous round here, and she'll forever be just totally alongside this place.
Totally infectious smile and nature was in cheer.
Hell of a driver.
Oh, absolutely. Well, you don't win the 24-hour easily. She didn't win that one. So she also won the VLN title twice in the 2 years preceding it. So I think she's quite useful. Safe pair of hands, understatement.
Yeah, we honour her memory, and her memory is a blessing. Much missed in paddocks and motorsport all around the world. Clocked up 20 million laps or something round here, 3 times to the sun and back. Probably could have driven it blindfolded with one hand tied behind our back, driving in reverse. The story she used to tell about her and her sister, who also was a very, very tidy driver in the family BMW, lived just round the corner, and how that car got gradually modified, shall we say, to become much more of a a ring weapon with race tyres, a cage, etc., etc. The absolute horror of Sabina when she told me one day she got a phone call from her mother who was at the hairdressers. She said, "Oh, listen, I'm down at the hairdressers, I've taken the BMW, there's something wrong with it. Didn't drive very well. It was pouring of rain and it was on pretty much slick tyres and full race setup." And Sabina said, "Don't drive it back.
I'll come and get you, Mum.
I'll come and get you."
Brilliant.
That's Sabina all over. Much missed.
Just summarises it, doesn't it?
Lived and breathed for this place, and it's only right that she's commemorated here. There's also a very lovely tradition here of planting trees just outside the paddock, and one or two nameplates on the trees around there of journalists and people that we've worked with in the past, and I do think that's a very lovely, living, lasting tradition. 27 Porsche starting a little bit late. Now, that car, we lost that car this morning. I don't think it took part, did it? In the
it's the DBO entry, isn't it?
Yeah, correct.
Julian Andler, Matt Campbell.
So that car was missing on parade.
Mathieu Jaminet, yeah.
Yeah, that was Mathieu Jaminet was listed to go out in top qualifying, and it did not. And I wondered if they were saving themselves or whether there was something they were still working on. But that's the black number 27. It's a heck of a lineup in SP9 for Julian Andler, Matt Campbell, the Australian now living in Germany, and Mathieu Jaminet now living in Luxembourg, or at least he's Luxembourg licence. Jam, as he's known, Julian Andler, the Frenchman as well. That is a very good lineup indeed. Still that Cayman in the garage as well. Try and tell you in a moment how that is. Temperature's gone up to a slightly warmer 16 degrees Celsius, and that's more what we had yesterday during the late afternoon. We went into the darkness last night, which was really interesting. First time we've seen that on a qualifying weekend.
The Cayman is the 252 Kramer entry.
I'll buy that. The K Kramer, yeah, I'll buy that for $1, as the saying goes.
Sold to the man with the microphone.
And let's go to that one. So 3 hours to come, 2 groups to start, and what we will have is the leaders forming up 2 by 2 now behind the leading Audi safety car. As I say, very unlikely we'll see that one again, and if we do, something's gone very much awry, because it's not the normal thing here for that to happen.
I think Jonathan Hershey is starting the Ferrari in 3rd place. Here's the
quick car,
very quick car, and it's known to be very quick at the beginning of the race here, but we have seen it in the past, haven't we? We saw a little bit yesterday, John, having to get into pretty massive fuel saving.
But did manage an 8 laps stint in the middle of the race. It came in after only, I think, 3 laps from memory.
A punch, it was 3 laps, you're right.
Left-hand side puncture with contact with another car. They thought it might have been a Porsche, and lost some time limping into the pits. All right, everybody, we said settle back, but for the moment, inch forward and get ready for action as the top SP9 GT3 cars are coming to the line. There's 3 hours on the clock. The weather has played its part, it's fine, and a couple of spits and spots yesterday in the last hour. That's not forecast for today. 2022, the Total Energy ADAC 24 hours of the Nürburgring qualifying race 2 goes green, and we are racing down towards the first corner. Everybody heading towards the pit wall very early indeed, pulling the drivers right. That's big defending by the Valkenhorst car that was on pole position. Out of the slipstream for the BMW Junior team in the shell colours, tries to squeeze up the left-hand side into the second corner, which is the left-hander. It's still the 2 BMWs, first and second, but the Ferrari has indeed, as Peter Snowden suggested, had a cracking couple of first two corners, little bit of a look down the inside of the BMW, but that was repelled. All downhill towards the Dunlop curve at the southern end of the Grand Prix circuit. Pick your braking spots. Well, everybody's gone through. Christian Kreunsden, it's Neil Verhagen who has started the BMW Junior team from Hershey, from Wittmann, Philippe Eng, Jordan Pepper started the Conrad car. He qualified that car earlier on and was fastest for a while. Then it's Lion Speed and Valkenhorst second car. Then Christian Menzel for Nico Menzel rather for Huber Motorsport. Then Alessio Picciarello for Fulton Motorsports. The 44 car makes up the top 10, and then everybody else is 11th.
Jordan Pepper also hanging on to the back there in that Lamborghini car, the Conrad Run car. The two BMWs, the Rover BMWs, in 4th and 5th with Wittmann and Enger at the wheel. They are side by side all over the back of the Ferrari. But Jonathan Hershey was over Verhagen's BMW Junior car like a cheap suit, wasn't he? Those first corners, just trying to get through, literally left, right, everywhere, trying to find a way, but not quite doing it. And I thought he would get it done, to be honest, on the Grand Prix circuit. So the work's cut out a little bit harder for him now to try and get that job done down onto the Nordschleife. They just all started down there through Hats and back now, John. This is where it starts to get serious. The Grand Prix circuit isn't casual, but now it's big boy stuff now.
And much harder to overtake in this first third of the lap, or first maybe eighth of a lap, because it is a bit follow my lead around here for cars of the same category. This is a rhythm section, and I don't mean a bloke on a bass, a drummer, and somebody on a cello, but you know what I mean. It's all about getting through there. Already contact for one of the AMG GT
55 car.
That's a GT3 car actually, and that is the car of the
Landgraf.
So the Landgraf car, yes. Patrick Assenheimer and Lucas Andro Treft. Lucas Andro qualified in the single qualifying earlier on, so they'll be disappointed with that. And the worst thing for them is that they're not going to get out, I don't think, in front of the second starting group. No Manthey here. They will still have the chance to get into the top qualifying at the race itself, the big race itself. They won the first race, of course, of the NLS, so they've got points for that. Glickenhaus, another opportunity for them as well when we come to the qualifying and the top qualifying of the race itself. But no shortcuts for them, so they will have work to do when we come back here for the main race. Oh, the Landgraf car just gets out in front of the Aston, who's had a really good start again. They had a good battle over the first quarter of the lap yesterday with the leading Manuel Lauch driven 830 Elantra TCR from Hyundai. That was yesterday though, and the Hyundai's a little bit further back. A great swathe of Cup 3 Porsche Caymans in the middle of this grid, and BMWs to suit everybody. Peter and I in the top qualifying this morning were going through our options for going back to racing, and we decided that a £60,000 BMW M240 ready to go was pretty good. Move up from that to maybe 120,000 for a TCR, and then a 992 Carrera Cup car at about 180,000. Those were our. I think we, even if we drop the big millions, I'm not sure the $500,000 BMW M4 GT3 was going to make our list, Peter.
I don't think so, no. At the moment, I'm enjoying watching a green Aston at the front of the field. It's been a while since I've seen that.
Leading its own group.
Absolutely. What a sight to see. I'm sure Sarah Rigby would be loving that.
Yeah, now that then is going to be... Was that the 90... Yeah, that's not the GT3 car, is it?
No. This is the second group, the GT4.
Yeah, so that's one of the... that's a Pro Sport car, isn't it? So that'll be the SP10 leader, and that is the number 82, sorry, can't read my own writing. And that then is the... who started that? The 82. I think that was Miklas Born who started that for Pro Sport Racing. He's with Christoph Breuer, Alex Mies and Mike David Ortman, who did the qualifying, the top qualifying in that car.
Yeah, Miklas Born started it, yeah.
Now, did that Landgraf AMG come out of pit lane whilst there was a red light at the end of pit lane? That is a question that we can't answer from here, but it must have been close because they were on the front straight. Meantime, let's get into the action on the Nordschleife itself with Antti Burri in the 831 Hyundai i30 NTCR, 2 litres, 300 and plenty horsepower, driving the front wheel. 1, 2, did we get 5 across the track at one stage? I think we did. Both the KTMs getting checked up right at the back. You can't miss the orange crossbars there. That was the start of the main group. And where did the Mercedes get the bash? That's what we're looking at, the Landgraf car there. And what they've done there is instead of going on to the Nordschleife with damage to the front end, they've shortcutted through the Vidal chicane and back into the pit lane. Now, they don't get a penalty for that, but obviously they don't get credited that lap, so they'll restart that lap again when they go back out the pit. They've got some very clever timing loops around the Grand Prix circuit in the pit lane.
But it's the perfect solution, isn't it? Nobody's trying to get an advantage.
No.
You don't get that taken away from you. You don't get it either. So you just back to start again, reset. Perfectly common sense. Typically efficient of the organisers here at Nürburgring ADAC, that everything involved in this. The 2 leading BMWs have pulled away quite a bit now,
haven't they? They are super quick in a straight line. We saw that yesterday, but they do move a lot of air.
Good 10 car lengths to third place to Jonathan Hershey in the Ferrari.
I reckon we have started 81 cars in this event. I was hoping to see which cars had gone missing, but they haven't listed the cars that didn't start on the timing screen. So I reckon 81 cars have gone through the first sector at least, and gone through. We'll get the proper gaps as they come through, but it has been a bit of a bid for freedom that has been put out there by the 2 BMWs. Valkenhorst is the white, black and red car, then the shell livery car. Next up is the junior team. 2 Rover Racing cars working together there, and now they'll get a huge draft on the Ferrari. It will be like they have turbo power, extra turbo boost. And look at the Lamborghini coming up as well, also using the draft. Jordan Pepper getting into the draft. He knows what it's like. He's seen what's happened yesterday. And those BMW M4s move a huge amount of air. And if you can get in there, we saw the Porsches, the KCMG Porsche come from 10 or 12 cars lengths back, tracking 2 BMWs.
Jonathan Hershey under increasing pressure now in that Ferrari. Although I thought they got a bit more done down there. Jordan Pepper snicking at the heels of the second of those 2. That's Whitman in the Rover Racing BMW, the second of the 2 there ahead of him. Engert right in front of him. Hershey, a little bit of a gap there. They looked like they did pull up down the Dotting Hill. He said they just got that straight line speed. Those M4 GT4 cars, the new ones for 2022, just missile quick in a straight line. And a 488 Ferrari is not exactly slow in a straight line, but the BMW might punch a big hole through the air, but it punches it through it very, very quickly. Took his teammate with him, and Jordan Pepper said, thank you very much, I'll have a bit of that as well, and put the Lamborghini in there as well.
Porsche on Porsche action as the second of the Falcon cars, which is the 22 car, is the 33 car rather, is having a wee bit of a battle. And that is Marcus Seefried, and he's got Nick Tandy right up his tailpipes. And that's, just saying that is enough to strike fear into the heart of most drivers. Hello to the Tandy family, to the Westbrook family, although maybe you've been stood down now as the Glickenhaus will not be racing, so we'll not see Richard this afternoon. If he can catch an earlier flight. Back home in time for the Grand Prix, if they knew that earlier on. Beautiful afternoon. Sun shining, temperature around about 17 Celsius, and back out onto the Nürburgring Nordschleife for the second time of asking. Valkenhorst Motorsport from BMW Junior Team, the 2 BMWs now with nearly 5 seconds on Jonathan Hershey in the Octane 126 Ferrari, the dark coloured car, the red stripe on it, that's the 26. Philippe Eng sniffing around the back end of that car, then Rover Racing's second car, so they are 99 from 98. Then Jordan Pepper in the Lamborghini. Valkenhorst number 102 is next up. That's another BMW. We had yesterday 1st, 2nd, 5th, 8th and 10th, or 5th, 9th and 10th, I think, for the BMWs. And again, I'm working from memory there. So Christian Krohn leading out from Neil Verhagen, Jonathan Hershey, but the 2 BMWs still with clear track. They're not going to catch, and Peter, you're looking at the track, they're not going to catch traffic till probably the start of the next lap.
Yeah, possibly a bit sooner, because they're up at the lead cars are now coming up through Schwalbenschanz, going to go to Galgenkopf onto the Dottingerhöhe, and the back of that pack, the slowest car is just. There's one at Tiergarten, but the back of the pack is at the end of the GP circuit. So I reckon they could catch them by.
So the leaders are coming up to Adenauer first now. Yeah, all right.
I reckon about there. Okay. Interesting, John. You mentioned 81 cars made the start, and we should have 91.
Yeah.
I can do my maths here. I'm good at this because it's only 10. It's easy. There are 91 cars on track. Just 10 haven't got GPS working.
I'm
not going to name and shame them, but I've got them all listed here. But I won't name and shame them.
Oh, really?
But that's why.
Do we know any? Is there any list there of ones that aren't? Therefore, haven't actually taken the start, because we knew there was going to be some.
No.
I'll leave you to look at that.
Thank you.
Waiting for the second group to come through, whilst the lead group already heading down through Kallenhard towards Versheifen, so on the drop down. Sitting in the battle for the lead. Those 2 BMWs have pulled well away. Junkadella, Engel and Gunon sharing the number 4 Team Get Speed car. Been used to see those cars in red and white colours, in the phone company colours. They're now in BWT, the water company colours. And that number 4 sitting rather further back from Ara Engel than he would like, down in 23rd position. And
you were right, John. It is 81 on track. Those 10 haven't started.
Okay.
It's exactly 10.
Okay, thank you.
Not on the GPS, not got GPS on.
Ah, got you. I see what you mean.
If I read it the right way around and then enunciate it correctly, then I can actually understand it myself. When I can understand it, explain it. Well, when you can understand it, explain it to me.
Do what I can. We have got 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 18, about 19, 20 classes here. We'll run you through the class leaders once we get into the meat of the race just a little bit. Coming up to 2:15 in the afternoon here in the Eifel. Beautiful weather, as we've mentioned. Here comes the second group across the line. And the second group of the second group, actually, as the 2 Schnitzelam BMWs are going through. And yes, we did have schnitzel for lunch with Pilzsaus. Of course, nice chopped salad as well. You know, when in the Eifel, the drop of the local crisp white stuff, very nice indeed. Cronje still leading out then Verhagen, those two 6.5 seconds, well actually 4.5 seconds between them and Hershey. Hershey is 6.5 seconds off the lead. He's being pressured though by Philippe Eng and Jonathan Hershey. Those three absolutely together. 2 Schnitzelam BMWs, 245 and 244 further down the field,
but not running in the right order again.
No, indeed. And they're Cup 3 cars, and that's first and second in Cup 3. And right in front of them is no, that's not right, is it? For those cars, because they were BMWs, not Cup 3 cars. I'll get back to you on that. Those Schnitzelam cars.
Well, the 254 and 255, yeah, they're Cup 3 cars.
Yeah, well, that came in, and there's those.
But they're running right behind the Hyundai TCR car, 830.
Yeah, but the Schnitzelam cars are BMWs, aren't they? They're not Porsches. So those numbers that I gave you must have been wrong. It must have been
I'm with you.
245 and 245 and 240. They're first and second in the 240i class. They're a bit further back. So ahead of them was the Team Mathol Racing Porsche came in 54th position, the 261, and that's got Arjun Maini behind the wheel of that car. Driver that you'll know from exploits with Aston Martin, Peter Kate, will be driving again for Team Mathol, and extraordinary finishing and winning record Peter has got in whatever class he took part in down through the years. Has won for Mathol, I think 2 years in a row now, so he might be going for a triple. Got introduced to them a couple of 3 years ago, and immediately found his feet with the Cayman that they were running, and was invited back, and he's back again this year. Came up with a thing called the Dinner Plate Challenge, where you had to be blindfolded and drive a lap of a circuit to time, using a dinner plate as a steering wheel. He chose the Nürburgring Nordschleife. We put it next to a video. He did it brilliantly, ended the challenge immediately, because nobody could have. I couldn't have done Brands Hatch Indy as well as he did the Nordschleife.
It tells you something, doesn't it?
Just talked his way around it. First 2 BMWs are across the line. Then it's the battles behind them, really. Fighting for scraps at the moment from the BMW M4 table. And the scraps at the moment are being contested by a new third place car. It's now 1, 2, 3 for BMWs as the Octane 126 Ferrari's been pushed down to 4th. Philip Eng's gone past Jonathan Hershey, but still right in there. The Conrad Blue.
Yeah, he's under pressure from Jordan Pepper now.
Oh, down through. The left-hander dropping down the hill on the Grand Prix circuit. It falls away much steeper than you think down there.
Yeah, hugely so.
Watch out for the access road on the left-hand side. That's your braking point just before the start of that gravel trap for the Dunlop hairpin at the bottom of the hill. Now climbing back up the hill again. Really committed into the Schumacher S. Then over the brow of the hill to what I think is a much more difficult corner, the left-hander, before you sweep right down to the Vidal chicane. Very easy to go wide there, and you approach it at such a high speed, right over the top of the brow. You brake just on the brow of the hill, and then you've got to have a car that's really pointy at the front end to get it in there, Peter.
Yeah, just as it goes nice and light. I mean, you've got no turn in, you've got a light front end.
Positive camber on the right-hander, dropping down. This kink is flat out.
Fabulous.
They come to next. You want to put as little lock in as possible. Don't let the car drift too far to the left, because you're going to drag it back to the right for the chicane. But this time, of course, instead of going through the chicane and back round to the Coca-Cola curve, you're on to the Nürburgring Nordschleife. So it's effectively a big hairpin.
The roller coaster of hats and back.
Yeah, just when you think you've got yourself sorted on the Grand Prix circuit. Hello, I'm the Hatzenbach.
Somebody's taken the safety net away. There's no runoff. All of a sudden, it's just barriers and a strip of green grass, which is ever so much a strip.
Problem for an early problem for the number 5, which has dropped down the order, and that is the
Phoenix Audi.
The Phoenix Audi.
Yeah.
That's the Frank Stippler Vincent Kolb car. Technical defect. However, that car has continued. That is the Breitscheid area, post 119. So over down by the bridge that goes over the road at the bottom of the valley at Adana. Now here comes Jordan Pepper on the 4th place Ferrari, moving around. Oh, that's a bit naughty from Jonathan Hershey. He'd probably get away with that because there was a left-hander coming, so he could see he was taking the racing line. That was going through at the top of the hill at Schwedenkreuz, and now down through Arenberg and into the Foxhole. The Foxhole, even in a street car, even in a road car, is absolutely petrifying. You cannot hit any of the curbs down there at all. It just totally unsettles the car. And you brake into that first left-hander in the Adana Forest, down 1 gear, down another for the second bit, and then depending on what car you're racing, down a 3rd gear for the right-hander. Lovely section, but it's so quick, Peter, as many of these combinations of corners are around here.
If ever there's a part of the track that deserved the name Green Hell the most, that's probably it.
Yeah, and you know what? I think you're right there. I think you're right, because it is so quick as you're plunging downhill, bottoming the car out at the end of the Fuchsröhr. down through the Arenberg, through the left-hander before you go down towards Kellenhardt. And then it's downhill, dropping down, all the way down through the gearbox.
We've got 6 cars in a train here being headed by Jonathan Hershey's Ferrari, and I'm not suggesting he's holding anybody up, but I think if those BMW to get out of there, I think the Jordan Pepper's Lamborghini would probably be quicker as well. Certainly the second of the Rover BMWs, the Falcon Porsche that's in there as well, and I think they'd have the pace of this Ferrari. It's holding on. He's doing a great job and he's doing nothing wrong, but I think some of the cars behind have got a better pace at this early stage of the race.
The other bit I like is the climb up. They're on it now. The climb up the hill from Bergwerk through 1, 2, 3 left-handers and heading up to Mutskurve and then Klostertal and the Steilstrecke. That is a great bit. That's just flat out, and you're climbing all the time, so any mistake there really costs you. Now Steilstrecke is at the bottom of the run-up to the Caracciolo carousel. Side by side, there's a touch there between the Falcon Porsche, the first of the Falcon Porsches, and the second.
Alessio Piccarelli.
Piccarelli and Whitman. And there was
Pepper's got past the Ferrari. I think the Ferrari might have a problem. Well, just slow down there, because Jordan Pepper's just shot past Jonathan Hershey. I was just about to say to you, Jonathan, when that little touch happened, that Alessio Piccarelli had a very, very close inspection of that BMW in front of him. That's Whitman's Rover entry, Rover Racing one, and he was really, really close to it there, so he got even closer there. I didn't think he'd get close without touching it, to be honest. I think you're right, there's a bit of a touch there, but I wonder if the Ferrari has a little bit of an issue. It appears to have picked up again there. It's almost as if it doesn't happen in modern day racing, but you'd say years ago, Mr. Gear.
Yeah.
Exactly. It doesn't really happen these days, because there can be a glitch, but it's so unlikely. But it did seem to suddenly drop back there, and Jordan Pepper was he didn't need a second invite, did he?
So I think Mark Wittmann did get a little tap there. The worry will be, is there being tyre damage there?
Yeah, what's it
that
done?
kind
What's
of
the collateral?
speed?
Yeah.
Heading up to Mutskurve. That is so quick. Mutskurve is a little bit of lift, maybe even a downshift for the GT3 cars, but the rest of it from Bergwerk all the way through Kesselchen, you're absolutely flat out there. It's only the third of the left-handers. You don't really have to nail the first two, and perhaps it's not wise to try and get to the inside there, scrub speed off, but the third one actually tightens on you. And I remember the first time I went through there in the 993, the car bouncing around a bit. Funny enough, talked to Sabine Schmidt about that and asked her if I needed my suspension looking at. She said, what were you doing? I said, 135 maybe. And she said, Kears? I went, no, miles an hour. In a road car? She went, yeah. She went, yeah, they'll all do that at that speed. In a 993, yes. I said, it didn't slide, it just hopped. She went, yeah, they all do that. I could have talked to Sabina all day about this place. Absolutely all day. She knew every blade of grass on it.
Wittmann just trying to use some of the, Marco Wittmann there trying to use some of the traffic to get a little run on the Ferrari there. Not quite able to do it that time. I think they're onto the Dottinger Hoa now. Yes, they are onto the Dottinger Hoa. So the BMW is supersonic quick in a straight line here. We've seen this, but it punches this big hole in the air. It sits behind some of the other traffic. Can he get a toe off the Ferrari? Ferrari's going to punch a smaller hole in the air, but it's the Falcon Motorsport Porsche of Piccarelli that's going to sit right behind the BMW. He looks to the jinx to the right. He can't. There's a back marker there, and it's all being held up. The BMW shot between the pair of them. And a completely changed, a whole set of changes there. It's Jordan Pepper's just lost 2 places, gained 1 back again. Falcon Motorsport Piccarelli didn't quite get past Pepper's Conrad Lamborghini, but the winner in all of that drafting down the Dottinger Hoa, John, is, of course, the new BMW M4, as we've said, with that incredible straight line speed.
Somebody's put a wheel on the grass, a bit more than that maybe. Now there's a slow-moving OPC Astra, but in all of that dust, is there something off the track? There's a green flag, so I think there must be somebody in there on the Hatzenbach, towards the end of the Hatzenbach.
That's a lot more than a wheel on the grass, isn't it? Level of dust.
And the leaders are coming to it now. slow zone at Dottinger Höhe, and that was at the end of the Dottinger Höhe, then the Tiergarten?
Yes,
okay.
it was, yes.
So the leaders had just gone through there then.
Yeah, exactly that.
Tiergarten, yeah, absolutely. So yellow flags out there. And now Nick Tandy in the white Porsche with the red stripe. He's having a look, trying to make up some ground and trying to join onto the back of that is Marcus Siegfried. No, Siegfried's right there, actually. So it's all changed around. As you and Bruce have seen that type of drafting at full speed on the Dottinger Höhe in both of the NLSs. It's one of the KTMs.
It is one, I was about to say, it's a true racing KTM crossbow, and that's had a heavy front end impact, as we said. The level of dust could not be just from putting
Stucky.
Yeah,
it's fairly stuck by the helmet.
Out of the car of his own on his own power, standing and looking at. So that's the best part of the news you can report straight away. He's okay, but the car facing back the opposite way. So whether they've had a touch side by side with something, or something's failed, or just got a wheel on the grass and spun it round, who knows? But 117 true racing car is out, and that's not going to take part again. SPX category, yeah.
Category car. It's the GTX version, and the slow zone then at the end of the lap, and we've got an Audi moving slowly. And that's through the slow zone, and that's the 5 car. So we had problems with that. We heard that car had problems early on, didn't we? For the Scherer team's Phoenix car, the Frank Stippler car, and that car has limped into the pit lane. So that car must be all the way down at the back of the field with Frank Stippler, yeah. So that had a problem on its second lap, and has taken that amount of time to come back around. Technical defect that was, right on the far side of the track, wasn't it? At Brightside, I seem to remember. We mentioned that. Well, Stippy has got it back. Well done to him. But a big shunt for 39 Stuck as Frank Stippler noses the car in towards the garage. Looks like a right rear suspension problem. They put it on the dollies, the wheel is off straight away.
Yeah,
that's going back into the pit garage. But just to confirm, the 117 KTM Crossbow GTX in the SPX category, Ferdinand Stuck, the starting driver, out of that car after a big accident at the end of the Dottinger Höhe at Tiergarten. And despite a few drops of rain yesterday, the amount of dust that was there tells you that it's been very dry around here. We've got another car stopped at Adnar Forst as well. Well off the road to driver's right. Now, where there was a yellow flag there, so Snowy's going to try and pick that car off on the tracker.
Yeah, found it. It is.
I think it looked.
I don't want to even say it.
What?
Why would I want to say it?
It's an Aston Martin.
Correct. It's Pro Sport number 81 car. Yeah, in the SP10 category.
It was the green.
You just forced me to do that, didn't you?
It was the green and it was the green and orange on that car. I could see it even from the overhead. That's Agita Dumari, Alexander Volker, and Yevgen Solkolovsky. And so that car has stopped at the end of the Foxhole up at Adnar Forst, but he's on driver's right. Where the circuit curves to the left and does that right-handed hairpin, he's all the way over to the right as if he'd just gone straight on there, which is a shortcut you can take in some race simulation.
It's the only car involved at the moment, so it may not be anything else. It might be mechanical, you never know. It's a long time to go. Back at the front, John, just wanted to say, we've mentioned about these BMWs already, haven't we, the M4s. 1, 2, 3, 4 and 8th.
Yeah.
It's a bit of a lockout at the moment, isn't it? But it's very early days. There are 2 hours, 30 minutes to go. We're only half an hour in, John.
Half an hour gone. I'll do the class leaders in a moment, but we've still got battling up towards mid-curve. And there was another touch on the back of the Wittmann BMW. That's twice he's had a touch now for Marco Wittmann. They've got slower cars there. This time it's Jordan Pepper who wipes the back end of the BMW with his Conrad Lamborghini, weaves to the right, then back to the left again. And here comes the Falcon Porsche as well to play in amongst that. and that must be the 33, Marcus Seefried. So that BMW losing touch just a little bit from Christian Cronjes and Neil Verhagen and Philip Eng, and then 4 seconds further back is Whitman, Pepper, and everyone else. The Falcon car is the Alessio Piccarello car, the 44, rather than Marcus Seefried, but he's not far off the back of this, no doubt. 4th place battle, and there's more joining the back of that. A lot of people joining us going, right, what are we qualifying here for? What was yesterday all about? Well, the qualifying race is normally 6 hours. You gather manufacturer points and also potentially get into the top shootout for the main race on the 26th. It doesn't mean you can't take part if you don't do well here, but it is an opportunity to do some more laps. A little bit of bump drafting down the straight. And
that's a replay.
This was earlier on. So Hindhoff getting excited about replays, not headline news, I'm afraid. So as I say, you still have the opportunity to qualify up into the top qualifying via your performance in race week. But basically, this gives you an opportunity to put that to bed and then potentially do other things in the qualifying time. You just don't get enough time on the circuit here. Even if you've done both the NLS races that have happened so far, that's 8 hours. And yes, you use the Nordschleife as it is, but the Grand Prix circuit is completely different. The Haug hook, and then all the way down to the bottom of the hill and all the way back up again. So in terms of your data for fuel consumption, etc., that is not the same. So the opportunity to come here and do some more running is, whilst it's not mandatory, most of the top teams, even if you've already qualified through, will do it. The exception here this weekend is Manthey, who didn't have the resources to run the cars in the WEC and here. Glickenhaus will not take part in this race, although they did get some running yesterday before their gearbox gremlins took hold, although it's wheel bearing and steering today. Now here comes Jordan Pepper on Wittmann, and he gets a good run.
Not from there.
And then the moment that he pulls out, it's like the Lamborghini have hit
slow zone for the KTM anyway.
Yeah, hit a brick wall, and then a slow zone from just where the tourist lap entrance is. So they come down to, it's code, is it slow zone or is it code 60?
Code 60.
Right. We've got code 60 at Adnar Forst as well for that Aston Martin. Now, let's see. The code 60 flags are out. Let's see who gets back on the throttle quicker. Wittmann or Jordan Pepper. Behind them, it's Alessio Piccarello. Jonathan Hershey in the Ferrari is the first of the darker cars there, in behind the Falcon tyres blue and green car. Now they're back up to speed. Looks like the KTM is just about cleared from there. So across the start-finish line, and the battle for fourth continues.
The Pro Sport number 81 Aston is now running again very slowly. It is returning to the pits under its own power. Well, look, I think might not be under its own power, but it is being
round the outside. Sorry, Peter. Around the outside for Jordan Pepper. He'll get the inside for turn 2, and I think he's got that nailed now. He has. That was very good indeed. By the way, that crash for Ferdinand Stuck was not too far in front of Maro Engel in the number 4 Mercedes. Martin Pelton, among others, saying if you go onto the onboard feed for that car, you can see it clearly. So, as I said at the start of the race, yes, there are things to be racing for here, but for the moment, put that to one side. We'll go through what it all means when we get back on site for race week and tell you how many of the top qualifying positions have already been taken, and therefore what there is to go for in the qualifying sessions and who needs to put a time in. For the moment, let's enjoy this battle in the sunshine, in the Eifel, a 3-hour sprint with strategy as well as speed to play out. So, Peter Snowden and John Hindhoff, hello. Nice to have your company. very impressed with Jordan Pepper. Not sure what changes they've made, Snowy, to the Conrad Racing Lamborghini Huracan. They were in the top 20 yesterday, but pretty anonymous.
They were. It's an odd mix with that car. We mentioned it before, didn't we, yesterday? It's had a pole position earlier this year and then finished just in the top 10. I think it was 10th. And then yesterday just didn't really figure.
It is a Pro-Am car though.
Yeah.
So Jordan Prepper is the pro. He's got Axel Jeffries. I'd be interested to see how the organisers here rate him, because he's a very, very good driver. And then Michele Di Martino as well in that car. So at the moment, that is the lead Pro-Am car in SP9. And there's no reason, there's no difference in the cars. So when you've got your pro driver in, there's no reason that your SP9 Pro-Am car shouldn't be as quick as an SP9 Pro car. As Peter takes a huge intake of breath as one of the that was the Zorg one of the Zorg Rennsport BMWs from further down the field was basically had a flyby from 2 GT3 cars.
Well, yeah, Nick Tandy was part of that. It was Jonathan Hershey leading that. Jonathan Hershey in the Ferrari. Ben Tuck just behind. Then Nick Tandy also in touch with that. And there's who's right behind Nick Tandy as well. At the moment, I'll just take the different screen down. It's Guba Komisiak.
Yeah. In
the Shearer Sport Audi, right behind that. So people often ask you what's exciting. This what's different to what the mainstream layman watch Formula One. Why do you watch GT racing? This is why you watch it. This is GT racing, GT3 racing, the top category now in the world. These guys at its absolute best,
and particularly
on the best canvas in the world as well.
I think that's the other thing. This playing field, by no means level in terms of its geography, but this place, you're racing the place as well as you are everybody around you. Christopher Haas in the 22. No, it's not. It's Patrick Niederhauser, excuse me, in the 22. He started the race, plunging downhill now towards Versiphen. Down through the right-hander, lots of blue flags being thrown, and he'll head down towards the bottom of the hill. Again, you pick up all the little places for braking points. The access road from the right-hand side there, but a huge gaggle of cars. Very steep uphill after the bridge.
This is Ben Tuck's chance to get past the Ferrari, being held up by one of the Caymans there. Can he do anything? Of course, now is that Nick Tandy right behind him as well then? It is, isn't it? So three of them get into line. Nick Tandy, of course.
That's brave.
Yeah.
That's brave for Ben Tuck. Up the hill there. You don't need to use your brake. We've got three wide. Here comes Tandy on the outside on driver's right. He drops his right-hand tyres onto the dirt. The pass on the grass has been completed by Nick Tandy. 2 for the price of 1. Pass 1, get 1 free.
An unashamed round of applause from me there, which you probably heard. I apologise, John.
No, that's fine, mate.
But just as you said, Ben Tuck, that's brave. He got alongside Jonathan Hershey. They had to do it. So what happens? Nick Tandy says, I'll have a bit of that down the other side. Thank you very much. He's obviously watched Mr. Kevin Estra, the master of pass on the grass, and thinks, well, if he can do it, I've got the Porsche the same. I can do it. And he's just proven he can. Nick Tandy, 2 in 1. Thank you very much.
Oh, brilliant stuff. And there'll be a small portion.
Hope Felix heard that.
Yeah, there'll be a small portion of Bedfordshire that's just gone fairly bonkers there. Tandy wasn't even here yesterday. Oh, the crash right in front of that battle. That's on the run up to Mudcurve. That is...
I've got a feeling that is the Falcon Motorsports 33 Porsche.
No, wrong colour.
It is. No, it's over there. It is.
Yes. Sorry, there's 2 cars involved. Sorry, Peter. I was looking at I was looking at the intervention vehicle, thinking that's Audi colours. You're right. It is the 33 car. So that is Patrick Pelier who started that car.
No heavy damage to it, obviously, John. From the aerial shot, we can see from our helicam, but there's no corners and wheels and bits missing. So it's just facing the wrong way. So that's a very strange. It's a very strange place to be facing that way without any serious damage.
No, it's Picariello who was
Picariello, yeah.
who was bumping into the BMW. I was going to say,
correct,
is it a throwback to something that happened earlier on? Patrick Pelier makes very few mistakes. I do like the idea of having the numbers on the roof, teams. Thank you very much for the overheads.
It's official. It's official. You've got approval.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. So, was that at Klostertal or was that further round from there?
Yes, it's Klostertal, you're right.
So I thought it was just after the Moot curve. I mean, that's insanely quick there. Klostertal is just a little right kink, very high curb on the right-hand side. Moot curve is a lift, possibly a change down for these cars, the left-hander before it, but it's all climbing and you want to keep your foot on. I've seen some big crashes down there, down through the years, and in the World Touring Car Support races as well that we've had round here. Still double-waved yellows at the end of the Dottinger Höhe. Exmüller approach is clear now. That was yellow flags for a moment or two. Falcon team clearly have heard from Patrick Pilet. There's head in hands there. And it looks like the 44 will take no further part in what's going on. It's now a code 60 at Klostertal.
I'm still intrigued, John, as to what's the cause of that car to be facing the opposite way. There's no obvious damage to the car, we could see.
Tandy's pass was absolutely outstanding in the KCMG Porsche as he went through. That's an opportunist manoeuvre. That is Tandy saying, yeah, I'm not going to lift here. There's enough room. The track's dry. I saw it this morning. The grass is dry. I'm there. I'm there. 2 for the price of 1, as you said. That wasn't that far away from what was going on with that 33 car. So what has happened there? Answer, we know not.
Everything looks straight on the car. It's just facing the opposite way.
Correct.
There's no tire marks on the track to indicate that, say that, let's just say a transmission's locked up and spun it round. Why it's facing the opposite way. So there's nothing, no real evidence as to why it is. We might hear from the pits right now, though, John.
I'm not sure.
We might not.
We're going to hear that, but we'll try and find out and see what has happened there.
That's the KTM being put on the flatbed. It is literally just at the beginning of Tiergarten, isn't it? It starts to rise up. It is, yeah. That's Tiergarten. That's where the KTM that's causing the double waved yellows there. Be put on the flatbed. Yes, they're just picking up now, going through Tiergarten.
Yeah.
Not the 33 Falcon.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Different incident. Sorry,
I thought that had gone ages ago, to be honest.
No, that's why it's still double wave yellows there.
In all of this, Christian Conyers, by the way, has pulled out 3 seconds on the rest of the field, which is led by Neil Verhagen in the BMW 123 with Philippe Eng now 5 seconds further back in third. About 15 minutes ago, I was going to give you a rundown of all the class leaders. Conyers leads and leads overall in SP9 in the 101 Falkenhorst BMW. True Racing's crossbow number 116 has just come into the pits out of the lead of SPX at 17th position. In 26th is where we'll find the 127 Cup 2. That's the Porsche 991 GT3 Cup class. And that's the K Kramer racing car. We had an 8:31.7 earlier on today in top qualifying from a Cup car. SP18 Door Motorsport as the pit stops are starting. That's an Aston Martin leading SP18, number 69. Cup X is the Teichmann KTM Crossbow GTX 161. SP10 GT4 category, that's an Aston Martin, the Pro Sport Racing number 82. Manuel Lauch leads Hyundai Motorsports Charge in the TCR category with the 830 in 36th position. 37th is the Irma family outing, the 254 Cayman. That's an all Cayman Cup 3 class for the GT4 Caymans. 245 BMW 240i leads. That's the Schnitzelam Racing BMW M240i. The Adrenaline Motorsport Cayman S leads in V6. It won that class yesterday, the 396 and 52nd. In 53rd, it is the 224. That is Zorg Rennsport, the BMW, the rear wheel drive part of VT2. 114 in 57th place is SP3's leader. That's the Van Dam Subaru International WRX. Com Ledegar is in the pits, but was scored in the lead of the alternative fuel category. That's where the Mustang is as well, the 109, the 633 GT4 Cayman. 874 Cup 5 BMW Club Sport, that's their class. That is the Adrenaline Motorsport 871. V5 is led by the 444 Adrenaline Motorsport Cayman 981. Volta Rolina Stride Check are at the wheel of the Opel Astra OPC, which leads the front wheel drive section of VT2. Ben Lyons is at the wheel of the 323 BMW 325i, which leads V4 with 45 minutes down, 2 hours and a quarter still to go. 228 is under investigation. With code 60s comes investigations for not following the rules. And the 228 is the Team Zorg Rennsport Cayman S. That's the Xavier Lamadrid, Carol Feach and Fabrice Reicher. When the barrier repairs going on to drivers left coming into Tiergarten, so I think the code 60s as much for that. So that was a big old hit.
Driver's right. KTM.
The barrier repairs were on the left.
So it was big.
So it's hit one side and gone the other side.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think he's nosed in.
Yeah.
So whether that was a touch or not, we can't tell you. Valkenhorst then, still leading. The OPC Opel Astra class coming across the line now. Good little battle there. The 110 and the 87. They're running a little bit further down, but as ever, having a cracking scrap between themselves. And that's the Stride Check car which leads the track, and right in behind it is the Young Motorsports car, and it is one of the Youngs in that. That's 68th overall, but the battle for the lead in the front wheel drive part of the class. So the red, green and white is the Stride Check car. Not sure it's Volta Rolina in that car. Behind them, the 8-7 is, I think, the remaining Young car, because they didn't have a lot of luck yesterday. One of their cars didn't make it back to the start this morning. That was the 89, Jean-Philippe Pradato and Francois Valles. Jean-Philippe, the CEO of Alfa Romeo Racing here this weekend. It's Tobias Young in the 87 there. Michael Eichhorn, Jean-Marc Fino, Daniel Jenichin. And those two cars very evenly matched indeed, although the Stride Check car is a slightly younger version of that. A bit more rounded around the edges. Third, by the way, in that class is the VW Golf number 223 that won yesterday. That car, the GT Tyre Motorsport by WS Racing. And that's a little bit further back down the road at the moment. In fact, it's well back down the road. These two are setting a cracking pace. Let's go back to Nick Tandy, who's caught a BMW. Target acquired. So Nick now, as he chases through the field, is looking at... Well, that's interesting. Who is he? Is that the Huber Motorsport car? Yes, that's the Huber Motorsport car. Looking at the back of Marco Wittmann. So was that... I think we may have given the pass on the grass to the wrong driver there. I think that was the Huber Motorsport car, the 25.
Well, I did wonder when you said KCMG, as in the colours. I wasn't sure.
Yeah.
I thought the colour scheme was wrong with the red roof, because the KCMG cars are predominantly white, blue and black.
Yeah, you're right. So that's Nico Menzel in that car. My apologies for that one. And in fact, Fabian Zimmerman...
Yeah, Tandy's behind the car collection. Christian Kolb, isn't he, Audi at the moment, in 12th. Yeah.
Fabian Zimmerman spotted that. The Estra Esch wheel. KCMG car a bit further back. Sorry about that. And maybe a faulty driver ID, because Patrick Pile was in the pit when Marco Siegfried was at... So we think it was Siegfried that was at the wheel of the 33. So I did say it was unusual for Pile to make a mistake with the 33 car. we think may have been Marcus Seefried. Car's dropped out of contention now, of course, having been stopped up just beyond the mute curve. Now, interesting, it does say Seefried on my screen now, although the TV graphics did definitely say Pilet. Coming down to the end of the first hour, 9 minutes to go, one more lap. Track is clear everywhere bar the Tiergarten, I think, at the moment. So this battle for position between Wittmann and Menzel will have to be put on hold for a moment behind them.
Right, we've got the cause of the KTM crash. It's on the Dottingerhoe kink on the left.
Yeah.
Full chap, best part of 300 Ks. He's just got two wheels on the grass on the right-hand side.
And spun across the left.
Just had a what you'd call a tank slapper as a motorcyclist, and just gone the other way. So
no wonder they're still fixing the pit wall. Oh, pit stopper. That's Rover Racing. That's Eng in, and Kroons following some in for Valkenhorst and the BMW Junior team. So that has left Jordan Pepper, I think, in the lead. All right, now I'm awfully confused, or my timing screen isn't updating, because well, that is at the end of 6 laps, which is exactly what they did yesterday. Well, that came up very, very late indeed. So Jordan Pepper leads for Conrad, but now the top 6 cars down to Nick Tandy, and I really do mean Nick Tandy in the 18 this time. So Conrad, number 7, the 44 Falcon, the 98 Rover Racing, the 25 Huber Motorsport Menzel, the Valkenhorst with Ben Tuck 102, Tandy in the KCMG number 18, TF Sports Aston Martin, and Schnitzelam in their GT3 car. That's the top 8 who have not stopped at the moment.
it is that Jordan Pepper is in the lead in that Lamborghini. We talked about it not being there. It is, of course, by dint of effectively now 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th, 13th, 14th, 15th, 16th shall continue. Yes, 17th are all in the pits. But that's not the point. It is there at the moment. It is the Lamborghini at the front of the field. Jordan Pepper that now leads on track, because with Conrad Motorsport Lamborghini. Along behind him is Alessio Piccarella in the Falcon Motorsport. He's had a punchy little race so far, I would say, this time out. Wittmann it is in the BMW M4 GT for Rover Racing in 3rd place. Menzel in Porsche 911 GT3R from Huber Motorsport. That extraordinary pass on the grass a little bit later on. Ben Tuck, Valkenhorst Motorsport, BMW M4. Nick Tandy in the KCMG Porsche is in 6th. The Mettler in the Schnitzelraum Mercedes AMG in 7th. TF Sport with Hasse Klott at the wheel of that. Vanson in the Aston Martin in 8th place, the guy that started the cars. Dynamic Motorsports, Engelhardt is in 9th, and Matt Campbell rounds out the top 10 in the Top Sport Porsche 911 GT3. That's all, of course, subject to pit stops changing, of course, as with anywhere else, because it's not the shortest circuit in the world, shall we say. You don't get a reset again for quite a while as the cars come around, because it takes another 10 minutes, roughly, with a pit stop, by the time you slow down and pick up speed again, before they come around and trigger the transponders once again.
It was, I think, Nick Yellerly that came out first there in the Rover Racing number 99, ahead of Sammy Matty Trogan in the Valkenhorst BMW, and then Dan Harper in the 16 car. So that was a very rapid turnaround, so long as it was legal. Just a note, by the way, talked earlier on about the CEO of Alfa Romeo, who should have been racing today, but his Opel wasn't able to run. The head of Stellantis Motorsport is here as well, also in a front-wheel drive Opel Astra OPC, one of the Young Motorsport cars, number 88. The Tobias Young is disputing the lead with it at the moment. Jean-Marc Finot is behind that, and I have to say I had missed that, so thank you to Jan Peters for spotting that for me. Stellantis now the biggest automotive group in the world. Everything that used to be Fiat Chrysler automobiles, or Fiat, all the US brands, plus everything else, and then they gobbled up all of the other brands, including PSA and that, so they added that to Jeep and Fiat and Chrysler and that means that, of course, they have got Opel and Vauxhall now, haven't they? So that makes sense that they were racing in that, because Opel, although not that car, was prior to those guys taking over. Huge conglomerate. And that really interesting thought from the guys in the States that Peugeot's new LMH prototype car that will be racing in the FIA WEC and at Le Mans come 2024 could be rebadged as a Dodge to run in the States. And indeed, there has been some moves made by Peugeot to a number of teams in the States to ask them if they want to run that car. Slight problem is they want $30 million over 3 years.
Do 10 million a year? What's the problem?
Yeah, it's well for you, Peter.
It's not even $1 million a month, is it? Come on.
Yeah, for you.
Get on with it.
Sort of money you leave in the centre console, isn't it? Let's be fair.
Oh, we've entered into Narnia.
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll wait to see if anybody takes that offer up. I think Peugeot might have to sharpen the pencil just a little bit there. You do get the car at the end of it, though. That one person,
great.
So that you have actually bought the car for that.
But is there a balloon payment?
I don't think so. No balloons involved. And you would have a car, obviously, that'd be worth some money, because it would have some very good racing provenance. Probably 3 Rolex Daytona 24s, more than 12 hours of Sebring, etc., etc. Motul, Petit Le Mans, sailing 6 hours of the Glen, just for the long races. So you would have a car that had some provenance and probably some resale value.
Now, you mentioned earlier, John, about the strategy employed yesterday. Don't forget, we were also slightly weather affected yesterday. We haven't had that yet so far, and I'm guessing that may not be the case. Bright and sunny it is at the Nürburgring. 687 was the strategy that was the winning one yesterday. Second place did a 786.
Yeah.
I sound like a football pundit here, don't I? When we saw all this
No, I think the top 3 did 687.
Well, no, it was 687, 786, and 687.
Oh, okay, right.
So I wrote it down as you said them out at the time. So
all right, good.
First and third did exactly the same.
Yeah.
It was the mid one that was slightly different.
The people who did the 7s to start with, that didn't work for them.
No.
Because they had to have a slightly longer first pit stop because of the sliding scale logarithmic table of contents type algorithm, which is in...
So beautifully described.
If you want to look at it, it is in the extensive supplementary regulations, which are all downloadable from the ADAC Total Energies 24 website, in English and in German. And I mean, everything is accessible there. Absolutely everything.
Yeah, basically what you're alluding to is the system where if you stay out longer, different time in the pits afterwards.
Yeah.
Sliding scale of it down towards the end of the race, which is an interesting table.
Morning in Florida to Jerry Z, who's listening it in. And Johannes Quagley, Johannes comes up with possibly one of the understatements of the weekend. It's not KTM's weekend. Yeah, not wrong there, JJ. Hope you're fitting well, mate. Hoping to... Well, are you coming to the big race? Are we going to be graced with your presence? Hope so. I mean, far too long since we've seen you in person. So Jordan Pepper then coming round to complete his 7th lap. Now they have had a formation lap here, which I'm pretty certain will prevent anybody even considering an 8-lap stint. Yeah, here comes Pepper's in. Oh, Tandy's gone round. Tandy's gone round, and I do mean Tandy. That's interesting. He's gone on to an 8th lap, or has he come in there? No. Yes. No. Yes. Yes. Well, my timing screen was going green and red, green and red, green and red. So Pepper, Piccarello, Wittmann, Menzel, Tuck, Tandy, all in. Still waiting for the Haskell TF Sport Aston to come in, the number 90. 7th last time around. So full service for all of these cars. That'll be a new set of whatever tyres there are, whichever manufactured tyres. There's Yokohama on the Valkenhorst BMW 102. Michelin, Dunlop also represented. Falcon, of course, in there. It is an open tyre formula in GT3. I think last year we counted 11 different tyre manufacturers across all the classes. We'll do the same again when we get to the big race this year. Oh, countdown timer on the side of the Valkenhorst BMW for how long it is in seconds.
It's in the detail, isn't it?
It's
in the detail.
Superb. Now, is that to dropping it or is that to the end of the pit lane? But they'll know how many seconds it is to the end of the pit lane. Jordan Pepper, I think, has got out of the Conrad Lamborghini. So the top 11 who hadn't stopped now have. So waiting for the Mercedes MG team Get Speed number 3 to come around, which did pit. Fabian Schiller came in at the end of 5 laps, so that was a very early stop. Maro Engel did the same, actually. So the 2 Get Speed cars pitted early. That would make their first pit stop very short, and they put in Adam Christodoulou and Daniel Juncadella, and there go the 2 pink cars. They're now first and second. Adam Christodoulou leads because he's been out there longer than the cars that were battling for the lead. That was a shorter first pit stop on the algorithm.
Haven't we got 3 BMWs on track here at the moment, all fighting for this position?
That's 3rd, 4th and 5th.
Exactly. Unbelievable. 3 different teams all running those cars there. So you've got Rover, BMW Junior and Valkenhorst all battling out. 3 different teams, the same product.
Yeah. True Racing's XPX Crossbow's gone through in an overall 3rd position ahead of Dan Harper for BMW Junior team. Down the inside. That was a super move for him. He was actually ahead at the line. And Yellowlee's had to give way, and Yellowlee might get mugged again. Sammy Matty Trogan for Valkenhorst right there as well. He's the one who's dropping back, side by side, the Rover and the Valkenhorst car. And so Dan Harper, who did that brilliant middle stint yesterday of 8 laps, which effectively took them to the lead.
It did. He took the lead, yeah.
Well, this time he's going to have to do that again. They started from the front. Good opening stint. Christodoulou leads by 3.5 seconds from his teammate. So the 2 Mercedes, 3 from 4, the 2 Get Speed cars, but yet have made their first stop, but they did it at the end of lap 5. Right, so I reckon that has to be so how we're going to split that? 5, 8 and 8? That's a big ask. That is a big ask. For 20, we're going to do somewhere in the region of 21 laps. If we go to 22 laps, all bets are off. That's going to be really interesting. And we've had a few slow zones already. We've done the first hour. And so people... Oh, now there's a BMW coming in off the Grand Prix circuit.
Yeah, that's one of the...
Is that one of the Rover Racing cars?
It is.
It's Nick Yellowlee. Nick Yellowlee, who's just taken over that car and was battling at the front of the field, has gone into the pits. And that is the number 99 Rover Racing car. He's taken the shortcut back to the pit, so his lap has been taken away. The dolly jacks are coming out. Now, they may just be squaring this up. Did they not get the fuel in, or is it something more sinister? Don't like the look of this. I think this is going into the garage.
Going into the garage, John, you're right. Now, that's the first time I think I've seen one of these new M4s worked on during race.
And it's the other one in. They're both in. What is going on here? Both of the Rover cars, a little witness mark on the side of the 98 where there's been side-by-side contact. So 99 and 98. So Nicky Katzberger's in as well as Nicky Ellerly. And both cars, well, it's going to be tight in there. Are they just retiring the cars? Have they done enough? Do they think they've done enough? Oh, no. You see, I would say by the body language of the drivers who were looking at that with hands very much on hips and the fact that they are going to work, the bonnet is coming off, the engine cover's coming off. And the other drivers standing around look to have some concern. This is not planned. Not planned at all, Snowy, is it?
Well, just as I went and said, I've never seen one of these M4s come into the pitch during a race yet. Both from the same team come in tandem. Unbelievable.
John Edwards looking, the American. That's both of them. So trying to earwig into the German interview there in the pit lane. Accident in the pit. Thank you, Michael. So was there a coming together in the pit lane that has damaged the two Rover cars?
Surely not together.
Let's hope not. Right, we've got some penalties, so that's awful news there. News of some penalties here. Not at the very sharp end of the field, but numbers are recognised, which means I've been reading them out at the front of classes. 261, Team Mathol Racing, with a 32-second penalty. They blew their pit stop time. And 2:28, they can serve these the next time through. 2:28 is Zorg Rennsport in their Ktm S. That's the Xavier La Madrid. We said that they were being looked at under code 60 earlier on. And that's a code 60 time penalty of 4 minutes and 10 seconds. And crucially for the driver, 2 DMSB points on his licence. When we talked about it being punitive early on, and that was clearly very much overspeeding for that car.
They take that very, very seriously.
Yeah. So speeding penalty.
So.
Yeah, no, you've got to round here.
We've got a code 60, John, up at Metcalfsveld for the 255, the Kramer Racing Cayman from the Cup 3 class. That's just giving us another code 60. That's stopped on the right-hand side towards the latter part of it, almost heading up towards Callanhard.
So Christodoulou surely coming in. No, sorry, he's made his pit stop. So Christodoulou has, see, the Get Speed guys have really thrown the tactical dice here, haven't they? Coming in after 5 laps. So did True Racing with their KTM Crossbow, by the way. Everybody else has stopped on lap 6, or more likely 7. The number 6 Mercedes, our minty fresh car, the Team Bilstein car in 12th position. They had a problem early on and stopped very early. They stopped after just 3 laps. So they have to do a long middle section. I really, this is going to be interesting for me. I'm not going to say that the Get Speed guys have done anything wrong, because what they've done is they've got Adam Christodoulou, who is a real expert around here, and Daniel Juncadella, who is fast everywhere. They've got them in clear air. And what's happening at the moment is they are putting in very good lap times. Adam Christodoulou put his best lap time in last time around, an 8:13.4, an 8:16.4 for his teammate behind him. So is this effectively them getting the performance advantage, filling the car up, taking the slightly shorter pit stop coefficient time? Absolutely flat through that. left-handed kink. You don't even really turn the wheel consciously for that, do you, Peter? You just look round the corner and the car follows your eyes at that point.
If it's clear traffic, yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
We've seen quite a bit of drafting going on there the last couple of days, and notice that cars seem to get almost alongside, even if a little bit past it, and then there's a sort of side draft effect after that as they go into that dip before the sudden rise to the Tiergarten. And if ever there was a piece of racetrack in the world that you could describe as a roller coaster, you've got that bit, and you suddenly drop down. As you're saying, call it best part of 300 k's down there, roughly. Yeah, you've got this fast.
And you're still on the throttle at the bottom of that dip. You're not. There's no, because of the uphill, you're braking so late.
So maximum aero.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden the car bottoms. And then it comes up and it goes light, and you've got to go right, left, and onto the pit straight. And then on the last bit, the left-hander onto the pit straight, they just put the barrier. Do they give you a run-off? No. Is there any grass? No. It's a barrier.
We actually
don't get it wrong. You've got one job.
There is an orange end to the barrier on the left-hand side there because there's a gap behind it. And it seems to me always when we've got the onboards during the 24 that the drivers just aim at that, and the natural drift of the car takes them out by about 6 or 8 inches, but they actually seem to be pointed straight at it for a very long amount of time, which always scares the life out of me. And that's what we talk about recalibrating our brains when we're watching the Nürburgring. That's part of the recalibration that's required. So Christodoulou's gone through and onto his 9th lap, which will be his 4th at the end of it. The battles continue further down the field, including with the Schnitzelau Mercedes. Now that is down in 17th position, and right behind it is Charlie Eastwood in the TF Sport Aston. So they're disputing a position well inside the top 20. Just behind them is a lapped Aston, which I think is the SP8T leader. I think that's the Doe Motorsport number 69 car.
As in GT4?
Correct.
Yes, I thought so, yes.
And one of the versions of GT4, SP8T and SP10. So it's Peter Snowden and John Hindhaugh with you. We have had an hour and a quarter, so plenty of running still to go here. The battle comes out of the dun. Oh, huge black rubber marks left by the AMG there. That's an opportunity for Charlie Eastwood, and he takes it round the outside into the Michael Schumacher S. Beautiful afternoon in the Eifel region of Germany. Welcome to the second of 2 3-hour contests. Plenty of track time this weekend, much increased track time with practice qualifying, top qualifying for some of the cars on Friday, then top qualifying for everybody.
11 hours, I think they get total, yeah.
A lot of very positive comments.
Everybody.
Well, no. A lot of very positive comments from the teams about making this into a really meaningful weekend of testing and racing prior to the big event.
Which I think it's logical progression if you think about it, John. I think it's very forward thinking of the organisers, because we say, you know, it's an NLS round. We try and get, I think you said only earlier today that you got in that qualifying, they try and get 3-4 NLS rounds in before the N24, because the N24 isn't an NLS round, it isn't part of the championship, but it is the big one. It's the big draw. Everybody wants to go into this, and people use this series as qualifiers, not this weekend, the terms we're using, to get data, information, etc. for the 24-hour race. So why not make it a bit more part of it, make it a bit more suitable? And the thing is, also splitting it into 2 races, we've seen it with the Phoenix Audi, not the Phoenix, the Lion Speed Audi 22, incident in the first race, but they were able to repair it, get it back out again, and still get information ready for the 24-hour.
Technical defect for the number 255, which is one of the K. Kramer racing cars, the Porsche Club Sports. It's the Alexander Kroger, Carl Friedrich Kolb, Holger Schnaus and Matthias Beckvermet. And that is out at Kesselchen. Post 119. Correction for the pit stop penalty. Non-respect of the pit stop time. I think I said it was the 261 was going to get 32 seconds. That's been recalculated by race controller. Mathol now will get 37 seconds. So an extra 5 seconds there. But they can take that because they've got another pit stop. They can take that next time they come in. They will stop at the pretty much underneath the podium. Actually, is where the penalty box is. It's before the pit boxes start themselves. So getting word on the ticket of a problem with the 6-7 car.
Well, you said, is it the 6-7s? I've got, same as you, John, I've got slightly confusing information there. 87 car is the Young Motorsport Opel Astra. That's stopped at Kesselchen.
I don't have a 67.
Well, they can't be then, right? So ticket right, so it's 87.
Well, I've got 255 with a problem out there as well.
Well, I've got 87 with a problem out there as well.
Okay. So where's 255 stopped then? Post 119's quite a long way around.
255's at on the exit of Exmühle.
Oh right, okay, well
going up to Bergwerk.
Okay, so a little bit further round. Not quite as far around rather as Kesselchen. So 4th place now for Dan Harper in the BMW Junior team. He's got 2 seconds. Well, he had 2 seconds across the line to the KTM. He's now looking right at the back of it as he comes towards the end of the gnarly part of the Nordschleife, coming down into Bergwerk now, into Brunchen now, excuse me, and through it. My goodness, they're quick through Brunchen. Over the top of the brow, up towards the ice curve. No ice this morning, thanks very much. This afternoon, should I say. 20 minutes past 3 in the Eifel. Now, running down Flansgarden, down through the Stefan Bellof S's, off the ground, through Flansgarden. Oh my goodness, this is so quick through here. The sound of the BMW engine changed up there as he went in over the brow towards the Stefan Bellof S. Used the block paving on the left-hand side, then set the car up to turn right and into the double left-handers, one at Schwalbenschwanz, and then the Kleines Carousel. Kesselchen 1 has now been upgraded to a code 60, but we are clear down the Dottinger Höhe. Hitherto get speed cars. Adam Christodoulou will complete his fourth lap this time around, so he's about halfway through a stint. Now BMW versus KTM on the Dottinger Höhe. That's a rather uneven fight, and the BMW will go through into 3rd position. Dan Harper's gone through at the last split, got a little bit of a draft from the KTM, then pulled out to driver's left. The KTM tried to follow him through.
Oh, he's done a good job with that, KTM.
That KTM again has been out for actually only stopped on lap 5, I was right. So that's end of the 4th lap for them. Falcon Porsche has got some company, and that's the Mercedes-AMG team Bildstein, right up its tailpipes, 44 and 6 and 10th and 11th position. More drafting going on there. Christodoulou has stretched his lead to 6.1 seconds as into the pits for that funky liveried AMG Tim Bildstein number 6, and that means that car has done 3 laps and 6 laps. Haupt did started the car and came in early, and then so that I can't believe is all good. So Hubert Haupt and then Phil Ellis, that says Philip. He's like one of those footballers who just has one name on his back, isn't he? Just Philip. Phil Ellis has only done, I reckon, another 4 laps. Another 5 laps. He's now dropped off the screen because he stopped. Yeah, 5 laps. Possibly 6, depending on where his pit is. Give you that when that car goes out, but that to me sounds like they had a few problems. So Christodoulou for at least a couple more laps at the head of the field from Ucadella, from Dan Harper. Harper with stopped a lap later than the 2 EMGs ahead. Good battle on the Grand Prix circuit.
Interestingly, John, what the BMW Junior Team 72 car, the winning car from yesterday, is following exactly the same pattern as yesterday. 6 laps for Hagen.
Yeah.
Ben Harper in it now. Dan Harper, my apologies. Sorry, Ben. I'm thinking Ben Tuck from it there. Dan Harper in it now. He's done 3 laps.
Why would you change? It worked well yesterday.
Exactly. It ain't broke. Don't fix it.
Yeah.
So I'm guessing now. The question is, Dan Harper going to issue 8 laps out of this car because they did 6.87 yesterday.
Good battle for position on the hats and back. 3 cars scrapping for 7th, 8th and 9th. Simon Trimmer in the Octane 126 Ferrari. Axel Jeffries is now aboard the Conrad Motorsport Lamborghini Huracan. And the number 16 has who behind the wheel? Kim Louis Schramm for Scherer Sport, according to the timing screen. So they dragged past the alternatively fueled Ford Mustang.
Well, the Ferrari didn't. The Ferrari got caught up right behind that Mustang. That's going to bring everybody into touch now. Is that going to give the Lamborghini the chance to go around the outside? It looks like it didn't quite manage to pull it off there, but he was seriously held up by that Mustang for a minute there. No fault of the Mustang, John, just the way it falls. And as we say so often in the Nürburgring, it giveth and it taketh, and it just did.
Yeah, the traffic really did take it away there, but good fighting by the Ferrari driver Simon Trimmer. That was just coming up to Swedenkreuz, the down through Arnberg and the Foxhole now, heading towards Adenauer Forest, which is now clear. Lots more crowds here today than yesterday, as we thought there might be. They're lining the side of the track there. Great access around the forest section, the Nordschleife section. Some you have to walk to, but on a day like this you can drive to a lot of it, pitch up, get your cooler out, get sat next to the side of the track, and the German commentary is on the FM transmitter around here. They take over the local radio station for the duration of the big events. Oh, now this is important. This is very important indeed. Unsafe release. So that's the accident in the pit lane for the 98 car. Now, have either of those come back out again since they went in? So that looks like it's going to be a penalty if they do come back out onto the track. Haven't seen them, but then again they would have dropped a very, very long way down.
98 is out and is currently at just coming up to, in fact, it's just gone onto the Nordschleife, just going to go through the hats and back.
Right, 99 has not yet rejoined Nick Yellody's car. These are the 2 Rover Racing cars. Accident in the pit. Who else have we got in strife at the moment? Did we mention the 87?
We did, yes.
Right, okay. Yes, that's the
Opel.
The Opel. Yeah. So nothing else since that. So this battle continues. Ferrari, Lamborghini and Audi. The numbers 26-7 for the Ferrari and the Lamborghini as they're in behind one of the Cayman. It's one of the GT tyres cars, I think.
Yeah, they're sitting in the code 60, aren't they, at the moment?
Oh, a bit of overlap.
Yes.
That is allowed. So battle for 7th position is, at the moment, sort of on hold. This must be awful. I tell you what though, who's close right up? Well, quite clearly the cars ahead of that battle aren't doing 60k, because behind that battle for 7
released,
the BMW of Schubert Motorsport has caught them right up, and behind that it's
Falcon. The other Falcon Porsche.
Yes it is, yeah, it's Lars Kern.
Lars Kern, yeah.
And Nick Tandy's another 20 seconds further back from that. Lars Kern knows his way around here pretty well, sets all the production car lap records for Porsche, as well as being a very good race driver. Hello to Ollie, who's tweeted us here at RSL_studio. Says, does the BMW M4 GT3 have a V6 engine? I think it sounds like an Acura or a Honda.
No, straight 6. Straight 6, 3 litre.
With a very clever turbo system.
Twin power turbo system, not a twin turbo, twin power system, which is being patented by BMW on their road cars for a long time now. Replaces the M6, of course, which was a V8. But it's 6 cylinder certainly, Ollie, but it's just not a V6, but a straight 6. Classic BMW.
They do sound great as well. Now this yellow flag running and code 60, does this help or hinder the get speed cars at the front of the field? It probably means there'll be fewer laps in the race. We did 21 yesterday. They would need to get to 21, they would need to do 2 8-lap stints to get them to the end after their first pit stop.
Track clear, green flag all the way around now, John.
Right. One of the things that I find amazing, and maybe Peter you can explain how good drivers like yourself do this. You're sitting at code 60. You can't afford to turn off, because if that code 60 is withdrawn, or when you're through it, you're straight back on it. And when you're back on it again, it's not like when I go to work, I might have a cup of coffee, sit down and read something. You're straight back to work straight away. You have to be on it 100% from the moment that you're out of that slow zone.
It's, as you've said, it's a phrase you've used a lot over this weekend, John, is calibrate, recalibrate. Our colleague Joe Bradley said years ago, a phrase I've never forgotten: you can't teach a racing driver to drive slowly. And that's the thing, you mustn't get into that trap of, oh, it's a code 60, it's a relax. Yes, it is a time. I'm going to show my age here, John, by saying it's a time to look at the gauges. Of course, they're not gauges now; they're all readouts and stuff and whatever.
Cycle through the pages.
Yeah, exactly. Cycle through the pages. Yeah. I have done some of that, but not quite as much. And certainly done rear view cameras like they have nowadays. It's just they've got parking cameras on them. Ridiculous. But yeah, as you say, that's exactly it. You've got to stay concentrated, because more to the point, how have we seen it in restarts? Somebody gets a jump on you, and that's why you've got to remain focused during that time.
Another 5-lap stint by the True Racing KTM Crossbow, and that car comes into the pit lane. That means it will give up its lofty position, but not expecting Adam Christodoulou in for at least another couple of laps, I wouldn't have thought. Remember, the 2 get speed cars pitted at the end of lap 5. We've just completed lap 10, and Adam Christodoulou leads in SP9. His team made by 7.5 seconds. Let's call it that. That's what it is. Dan Harper's about another 16 seconds further back, but can go probably 1 lap further. Let's just check on that gap for the 2 Mercedes at the next split point. Yeah, 7.2. And Race Control getting a little bit anxious with 1 or 2 teams and asking the teams to check their emails regularly and send any answers as soon as possible. The last question they sent through was, what was the relative airspeed velocity of Swift, apparently?
I think it's more to the point of they're not following the discipline, is it? Of not answering their answering race control.
I mentioned that. All right, it was a bit of a jokey way, but I mentioned that because you're talking about how things change, not gauges but screens. Well, Race Control now send emails, switched messages. They have a messaging system on the pit wall as well to keep all the teams in touch. with what's going on, and if they have to ask a team to make their driver do one thing or another, or have a chat with them about something that they weren't happy about, they can start that digitally without having to pull a team manager up to race control. Haven't talked about the John Cooper Works Mini that's out there. Again, one of the cars that I said we'd find cars that we hadn't mentioned, even in only a 91 car field from yesterday. It's the 112 that we're talking about, the Bulldog Racing car. They had a bit of problems yesterday, and the car's still a little bit smoky. As it goes up towards the Flugplatz area with yellow flags. Just the two drivers there, Uwe Krumscheid and Danny Brink, in the JCW SP3T Mini Cooper. We used to see quite a lot more minis, but the smaller engine categories, when we went down to 170 as a maximum for the ADAC Total Energy 24 hours of the Nürburgring, a lot of the small category cars like the Daihatsu Charades and some of the smaller engine minis, we lost those, although in fairness they did have the early ones had the supercharger on, and therefore, oh, huge crash. Come back to that.
It's the 251 Cayman from WS Motorsports.
Yeah.
That's at Flugplatz. It's lost it on the exit of Flugplatz onto the left-hand side, and that's, you say, that's a lot of that. It's a Cup 3 category car, John.
Yeah, that's all for Cayman Cup cars, the GT4 Cup cars.
I'm not sure who's at the wheel of that, but it's Urzund, Markusund, Victor Schreiber or Benedikt Frey was in that car, and it is 251 is the number.
251 was it was Victor Schreiber who was driving that car.
Yeah.
All Swiss drivers. Urs and Mark Zund from Wiedenau.
Well, it won't be taking any further part in this race, John.
And that is going to be a slow zone there for quite a long time, because if nothing else, for the dirt on the road that needs to be cleared away.
Yeah, there's debris, fluids, all sorts from the impact and that. So yes, you say that'll be there for a little while. Never mind any associated barrier repairs.
Porsche pass Porsche, number 44, which is being driven now by Lars Kern, dropping down through Kalmhard, all the way down through Wittmann, now going down towards the bridge, the bottom of the hill, where you cross the road. Used to be able to get on and off the track there as well. That's all the way down at Breitscheid.
No chances of improving the lap times much, obviously, with a lot of Code 60 gone. But the fastest lap of the race so far does belong to the Valkenhorst BMW at an 8:12.729.
You could have just asked me which BMW has the fastest lap of the team, do you think? Under investigation, and this is quite important because this is the third place car. Dan Harper, Code 60 violation. Now, after building all these drivers up about concentration levels, another Code 60 has come out at Kudibach Hör, and also at Hoheichen.
Now, to be fair, that's at Marshall Post 77, Quiddelbacher, which is it was a 120, it was a yellow flag, then got upgraded. So you just have you been caught on the cusp? It's difficult. We don't know the exact circumstances, but that would be gutting for any car, let alone that BMW Junior team that were successful yesterday and currently running in third place now. Never thought we'd say this today, John, on the form we've seen this weekend, but Mercedes, AMG, 1 and 2 at the moment. Team GetSpeed, both their cars
on strategy as well as much as on.
Absolutely.
On pace.
And I do like that their cars 3 and 4 running in the correct team order. We like that.
Yeah, very good. Very good indeed. .831 Hyundai is the TCR, front wheel drive TCR. Plenty of power those with these cars. over 300 horsepower, well over 300 horsepower now. And the 831 was started by Antti Berti, and it's now Maurice Österreich who is driving that car. And they got well up yesterday, I seem to remember. Let's see how far up the field they've got today. I remember looking for them yesterday to see if they'd changed drivers. Yeah, they're in the top 30. They're at 36 at the moment. Second in class to their teammate car, I think. Yeah, Mark Basek's climbed aboard the 830, which was started by Thomas Lauch. 161 crossbow coming through. It's the dark green car. Amazing how quickly you get used to seeing these cars over a couple of weekends. Code 60 at the post 79 is for, which is the Kiddebacher Hoa, is for crash barrier repairs, Pete. That one.
Yeah.
And that was following the accident of that 251. I think
hardly surprising by the look of damage we saw on the track. Amounts of debris that was going to do something to the barriers, wasn't it?
Yeah, and that's going to be like that for a little while, so that would slow the lap times around. Give you an idea, the teams at the front of the field, their fastest laps, although we are seeing some fast laps coming in, round about 25-30 seconds slower, depending on who you are. Best for the leading Christodoulou car, 8:14, 8:34, so that's 20 seconds, isn't it? Spot on. Of course, it'll all depend when you got to them and when they first come out, whether the car that you were chasing got past and you didn't before the code 60 came out. So over half distance, by the way, about 8 minutes ago. So let's do another rundown for you of the class leaders before we start pit stops again. Adam Christodoulou leads. We've got at least one more lap from him, I'd say, the next time around, possibly two. Mercedes-AMG team gets be the number 3 leads overall. SPX in 19th place is True Racing's Crossbow, the 116 car. Cup 2, K. Kramer Racing, Porsche 911 Carrera Cup car, that's the 127. In 24th and 27, SP8T is the Door Motorsport number 69 Aston. In 28th, Cup X is the 161, that's just gone across the line, Laura Kreiheimer for Teichmann Racing in the Crossbow GTX. Mark Bessing, I think we mentioned, leads in the Elantra TCR for Hyundai in the TCR class. That's the 830 and 32nd. 2 places further back in 34th, it is SP10's leader, Pro Sports Aston Martin Vantage. 35th leader is the Subaru, that's the SP3T leader, 114. Another couple of places further back, 253 is the Cup 3 leader, that's the Cayman GT4 Club Sport. That's a G-Tech competition. First time I remember calling their name in the lead of a class. 46th is where we find the BMW M240i class. That's the Snitchelam Racing GmbH, the number 244. 52 is the 633. That's the alternative fuel leader. That's another Porsche Cayman from 4 Motors. Rear drive VT2 is in, their leader is in the position number 52. That's the 330 Adrenaline Motorsport, and Adrenaline Motorsport also lead V6 in 56th with the 396 Cayman. The 444 Cayman, also from Adrenaline, is V5's leader in 60th, and the Cup 5 BMW CS racing car, the 871, is also leading its class for Adrenaline Motorsport in 61st. The Strycheks in the Opel Astra OPC class, VT2 front wheel drive, but that's what it seems, there's a Golf in there as well. That's the 110 car in 67th, and the V4 leader is still the BMW 325i, number 323 in 68th position. And just going out there was the Rover Racing car out of the pits. So was that the second car of the two out of the pit lane whilst I was doing
We need to be 99. wouldn't it?
Yes, it was. Nick Yellowlee's gone back out onto the pit, onto the track.
So it does look like they're collecting one another, doesn't it?
I don't even want to mention that.
No. All right, I'll stop.
You probably don't even.
No.
Standby caller. 99.
Yeah, it's on track.
I wonder if it's gone out and come back in again because it had a first sector of sorry, that's the gap. That's the gap back to the other car. Don't forget that. Just trying to see where its team car is. Make sure that I haven't thrown everybody.
It's on the Hatson. It's on the Hatson. Well, not quite yet. It's just on the chicane on the end of the Grand Prix lap, about to go onto the Hatson back is 99. So it is out there. It has,
good.
If it has, well, assuming it turns left now and not right, it will complete. Yes, it's gone onto the Hatson back, onto the Nordschleife.
Code 60 still down at Marshall Post 77 for that barrier repair. Get it back here. So moving into the last 80 minutes, TCR second position is now the 8:31 on the Grand Prix track at the moment. Hyundai have had great success, not just on the track but also in marketing terms here. Moritz Österreich driving that car at the moment. He took it over from Antti Burri, who started the race. I think it was 3 seasons ago now, and they had the new Elantra there in what appeared, it looked like from a distance it looked like somebody had a model car in a see-through box, but it was actually a full-size car. It was really nicely done, and they had that parked up outside one of the campsites. Non-respective code 60, here's another one. This is again 1 DMSB point this time rather than 2.
Is that for Dan Harper?
No, this is for, I'll get to Dan's in a moment. This is the number 220, Pete. And that therefore is the car that I think we said that was being looked at earlier on. Once it gets looked at, you don't normally get away with it. It's the GT Tyre Motorsport BMW M4. So I'm not sure which driver will get the point. 2 minutes and 10 second time penalty. And we still haven't had the Dan Harper investigation result yet.
Well, it didn't say it was under investigation, so let's hope. And I did say that hopefully in his defence, as you say, they don't usually make mistakes, those guys, but it had just been upgraded, so where did it come about? So maybe just a question mark. I'm erring on the side of caution rather than throwing anybody on the bus here, because it wouldn't be fair.
They'll be talking to the marshals, but they'll have the GPS data as well. My God, those Mercedes are so well balanced down through Stefan Beloff.
Planted, aren't they?
Flansgaard in particular. And Flansgaard and the Stefan Beloff is absolutely flat through there. Now down through the Kleine Carousel and heading to the Gallows Hill corner. Galgenkopf. And now get your tablet out, read a chapter of your book down the Donniger Her. Actually, you can't do that nowadays, can you? Because there's so much going on there, and the speeds 300 kilometres an hour, 180 mile an hour plus.
John, an interesting point of the race to be on now. When we talked about this strategy yesterday, 687 and etc. Yes, leading cars. We said the Mercedes Schiller did 5 laps.
Correct.
Engel in the Mercedes, the other second car, did 5 laps.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's why I think
Verhagen did 6.
If those two cars, if we go to 21 laps, that means those two cars, to make it on just one more stop, have got to two 8-lap stints. Here's Christodoulou coming through. He's not coming into the pits this time around.
No, 6 laps completed. That's his 7th lap completed.
Correct.
Now.
So he is going to do 8 laps on this stint.
Young Cadella,
and he has to do
stays
that.
out, and he stays out as well. So
but they've got to do that in the next stint as well, Snowy.
Yeah, I know.
If they're going to get the 21 laps, which is where I think we are, it's roughly speaking. We're talking roughly speaking about 7 laps an hour. It's probably about 7.5.
So, Dan Harper, now if they're going to follow, this is the driver of the BMW, number 72 BMW Junior Team entry. They won yesterday on 6.87. So, and so far they've followed it. Neil Verhagen started in that car exactly as they did yesterday. They followed the same discipline, 6 laps. Dan Harper has completed 6 laps and will complete his 7th lap if he crosses the line now without going into the pits. At this point, he's got to do another lap as well, which is exactly the same as they did yesterday, leaving 7 at the end for Max Hess to do.
And I don't see any reason. It worked for them, for the BMW, with the fuel consumption, etc., etc. Not all cars are the same. Balance of performance comes into it as well, and how you drive it as well. 2 cars in problems at Hedvig's here. It's the 88. I seem to have called that number before, and that is the Young Motorsport car, the Tobias Young car. John Martino, the man at the head of Stellantis Motorsport, and also the 101. That is one of the leading BMWs. That's Sami Matti-Trogen. That's Sami Matti-Trogen, isn't it, in the Volkenhorst car?
Correct.
So if that's right, they have come together.
Yep.
And in fact, that's gone to code 60. So that sounds like they may be at the side of the road there.
They're at her act with the BMW at the back of the 2 of them by the look of it at the moment. The Opel a little bit further on, so you just wonder quite what's happened there.
Well, with
one thing, you just need to go back to the strategy, John. I'm talking about the 8 laps. Don't forget, yesterday it was a little bit different because it was wet as well.
Yes, we did have a little bit of wet,
but virtually no code 60s.
Yeah.
So probably going to balance out at least on this one, because we've got a lot more code 60s this race than yesterday, but dry running. The point being is fuel consumption, because we're stretching it to 8 laps is pushing it.
Well, clearly the Mercedes feel they're doing it because they're on the 8th now. I can't imagine they'll try to go for 9.
No.
Even with all of the slow zones we've had. Although I suppose if you're going to try it here. Meanwhile, in the pit lane, work continues on the Scherer Sport Team Phoenix that had its problems earlier on. And it looks like they're going to try and get that car back out and running again and get some more laps under its wheels. Car went missing very early on and has dropped down. Has only completed 7 laps, so that's been in the pits for a couple of laps.
Coming back down the Dottinger Hoa, keeping to the left-hand side.
Left front puncture there, yeah. Snowy, and that's the older of the young cars, if you see what I mean.
Yeah, but that's the one that's now moved on, is it not? Now, which one is it? Because we had.
It was the 87 that was in trouble earlier on with Tobias Young at the wheel.
That was then.
Then it was the 88.
Well, the 87, John, was put behind one of the barriers to one of the gaps. Had the bonnet up. We had footage of that.
Correct.
Sitting there with it being worked on. So is it that one that's returning? Because 88 has moved on, according to GPS, from where 101 stopped. The Volkenhorst car is still stationary at Hoact where it was, whereas the 88 has moved a little bit further on down towards Wipperman. So I'm just wondering what's happened there, why the Volkenhorst car has gone out. Usually we never want to speculate, but when 2 cars stop at the same time, there's usually a reason for it. I'm not sure the 2 are connected yet.
So it was post 164 where I'm going back through. I'll come back to that in a moment because I've got some news on that Scherer
Well, 164's Brunchen.
Right, well that's where the number 5 Audi had its problem. Into the pit lane for Conrad and Axel Jeffries, having run very well early on. That car has dropped down through the standings.
It is 87 that's on the Dottingher, not 88.
Okay, thank you. And Axel out of 19th position in that number 7. So that has completed. But it can't be that hard to find, John, because it's a single number. There we are. That's early for that car. That's only 5 laps for Axel. Jordan Pepper did 7, Axel's only done 5, so I think that car's maybe in a bit of strife. They'd have to do an 8 from here to get it home. And that's probably asking a little bit too much, but maybe could be done.
Yeah, I'm not sure right now. It looks like it's a bearing issue.
So, did you say the 101, the BMW hasn't moved?
No, not at all.
Right, okay. The Valkenhorst car.
It is kaput.
Oh dear.
In terms of moving.
Right. The 102 is still going. That's the team car in 13th position. That car with...
It's going to happen now the time, and hopefully we can get it fixed for the 24th.
Good luck for that one in 3 weeks' time. Thank you.
Where's it gone?
Jeffries.
The Schmidt-Stade driver behind it. That's Jorn Schmidt-Stade, who I had in with Henry in the Valkenhorst car, but I think this has been a movable feast, the entries this weekend. They've been swapping between team cars to make sure everybody gets a go. Coming to the line now, the number 79 BMW through and onto another lap. The very pretty red, white and tones of blue BMW.
Getting reports. Sorry, John.
It's all right.
I was getting reports that the Conrad Lamborghini's got a bearing issue.
Right, thank you.
Which is what you highlighted is coming a bit early.
JJ Motorsports with their BMW M4 GT4. That's Hakan and Recep Sari and Ersin Yukosan. And that car is second in SP10 to the Aston Martin, the Pro Sport car. And right at 17 seconds ahead of the Black Falcon Team Techstar. Not mentioned the Black Falcon Porsche Cayman. Number 85. Again. Start to talk about them when they come into contention. Marco Müller behind the wheel at the moment. Karsten Paluth and Tobias Wahl, the other 2 drivers in the car that's chasing down that BMW.
Yeah, now it's just been confirmed on the ticker that the 101 Valkenhorst BMW and the 87 Young Astra did have a coming together at Hedvigshöhe.
It was Sami Matti Trogen who was behind the wheel of the 101.
Yep.
And the 87.
Yeniken?
I think it was Tobias Young.
Tobias Young, okay.
It was Tobias Young.
That's kept going. That's managed to recover and get itself moving again, I think. I'll just double check that for you.
Well, it's not been a good few minutes for the 101 because they came out of the pits early anyway. They would have had a minute penalty. Then they had the accident. Under investigation for code 60s. Another couple of cars, which is... We did, we said yesterday this is good practice. 241 Adrenaline Motorsport. That's the 240i Racing Cup car, and also the 253, and that's G-Tech Competition in their Porsche Cayman. Into the pit lane for the leaders, and they're in together now. Does this hurt them? Because there's only one fuel hose there. that they're using at the moment for the lead car, the Christodoulou car. Adam is out. They put the cars on the dollies. Don't worry about that. They're just turning them to around about 35 degrees so they can pull out easier.
I thought they were putting one in the box to let the other one fuel, as you were saying, exactly saying the same thing, John. So, as usual, you were ahead of me. I thought they were getting one out the way there. I wouldn't have thought putting the two in side by side, or line astern, was possibly the best. Just that it's a tight pit lane. We just saw a little bit of footage there of the camera that they turn them, as you say, 35 degrees, and then there's to get the mechanics walking away with tyres, having to hold them above their head, because there's just no physical room between the two cars there, so that's not helping an awful lot. The Astra, by the way, that did continue a little bit after being involved with that 101 Volkenhorst BMW, has now stopped on the Dottinger Höhe.
They need to do an 8-lap stint to the end for those cars. They're scored at 7 laps at the moment, but I think that'll change to 8 when they move out. 5 and 7. Maybe they can get away. They have done an 8-lap stint there. They'll have to do a 7 or maybe an 8-lap stint at the end, so they can do. Next lap around, expect to see the leading cars come in. So this is going to be absolutely crucial for the finish of the race. So Dan Harper has assumed the lead for BMW Junior Team by 22 seconds from Christopher Haase from the 22 car collection team. Then Luca Drudi for Lion Speed, the number 24. It's another Audi. Then BMW Schubert Motorsport, Jesse Krohn in 4th position. And I reckon all of those cars will be in. In fact, you can add the Share Sport car as well into that, which is in 5th. Then Nick Tandy, where's he on his fuel? No, he can go at least one further lap. So Tandy might actually be scored as a leader here. Just depends how far back he is. And it's Maxi Goetz, by the way, who's got into the number 3 Get Speed car. Jules Gounon into the number 4 as they head out of the pit lane. Brunchen code 60 now as well.
For Ferrari. It's for the octane Ferrari.
No. They were in with a shout here, you know. Certainly a podium.
Well, it stopped on the left-hand side of the track, according to the GPS track, which I know isn't a complete visual and 100% reliable, as in I haven't got eyes on the physical car, but it is stopped at the moment. It says just after Marshall Post 169 on the left-hand side, which is just come out of Brunchen, heading down to Flansgarten.
And who was at the wheel of that car then? I think it was Stefan Trimmer. Yes, it was. Adrian Delina takes the dynamic Porsche out. Or will take it out when it goes back into it. Here's Tandy. He's gone through now. Lars Kern. Charlie Eastwood. Huber Motorsport's gone through. So the question now is how quick can Maxi Goetz and Jules Gounon get those AMG Team Get Speed AMGs up to speed on this lap, because pretty much all the cars bar Tandy are going to stop in front of them at the end of this lap. And then when they've done their fueling, how does that reset? Because effectively then we've got a race to the checkered flag. So the Mercedes guys at Get Speed think they've done their last stop now. So they're now saying, right, we're going to the end, and that they've got to get. We are 13 laps away. I reckon they've got to get to the end of lap 21.
Well, they couldn't be more appropriately named team, could they?
Get Speed.
Exactly. It's exactly what they need to do now. Just coming up with 30 seconds to go into the final hour. So there's the Ferrari, which has got heavy front end damage there. So he has gone off at somewhere.
I wonder if
fluids.
He's been off and bounced back on and then got hit by
being collected. Yeah, that does look remarkably like that, John.
Maybe not, actually. Maybe he's just hit it, and that was where he ended up, and everything leaked out. He's been pulled back by one of the
yes, that's where it stops being pulled off. Yeah.
I mean, the left-hand front chassis member of that car has been ripped off. And there's some concern down in the Octane Racing, Ferrari Racing pit there.
And who do we say was at the wheel of it at the time, John?
Simon Trummer, excuse me. Patrick Simon is down there in the pits. And we'll try and eavesdrop to see if he can get a word with one of the team members to see if they've heard from Simon. I did not see an intervention vehicle there.
No.
So it's either been and gone or it wasn't required. Now, these GT3 cars, we should say it, are very, very well built. Yes, they're based on a road car, but they are purpose-built race cars. They didn't start life as a road car. Let's put it that way.
No.
In fact, some of them didn't even start life as a monocoque, because building street-based cars, like touring cars, rally cars and GT cars, around a roll cage, which normally you would call a tube frame car, is not beyond the bounds of possibility.
No. It depends what you do, isn't it? Do you take a road car and fit a roll cage into it, or do you take a roll cage and fit a car around it?
Yeah.
Performance-wise, you know which we want.
Well, it means your panel replacement's a lot easier, because they're not
long-term economics.
Yeah, they're not stressed members, are they? That's the thing. Chris Haase coming past the scene of the Valkenhorst BMW, facing in the wrong direction, and that car looked damaged to the right-hand side. So not without incident and accident here. Now, does that help or hurt the Mercedes in their quest to go to the end and bother the top end of the field here? If you're watching on timing, watch out the 3 and the 4, Maxi Goetz and Gilles Gounon. They're currently in 10th and 11th, but the cars ahead will be stopping soon. That has been a significant impact.
A decidedly second-hand Ferrari, that, isn't it?
And that might be done, that car, with the amount of damage there was to the left front chassis rail. Now, there's nothing much in the front of that Ferrari. Fair dues, but even so, when you see that there's a whole chassis,
golf clubs.
When you see there's a whole chassis rail missing, you know it's had a decent clout. New penalties coming up for a couple of cars, including the new penalties. Anything that is now coming up now will be added on at the end of the race, is what I think they're saying now that we're inside the last hour of the race. And it's 126 that's under investigation, car number 126. All of these recent ones have been for issues around the multitude of Code 60s. That's the RPM Racing, that's Tracy Crun and Nick Johnson, who are in trouble as coming back towards, I think, a pit stop. The leader of the race, Dan Harper, this would be an 8-lap stint if he can make it onto the pit lane this time around. Into the pit lane then with 56 minutes to go. Dan Harper for BMW Junior Team. The number 22 Audi. Chris Haase is due in about another 10 seconds. Harper gets to his pit. There's new Michelin tyres going on that car. The number 397, the 6 Porsche Alan Pierre car in the pit lane as the BMW Junior Team go to work. Here comes the Audi of Chris Haase into the pit lane as well.
And Trudy right behind as well, and the other Audi.
So those are 3 of the cars. Jesse Krohn for Schubert Motorsport next up. He'll be in, and so will Schramm for Scherer Motorsport. And that should cycle round then to Nick Tandy. Maybe he comes in after 7. Maybe they make it 2 7-lap stints for Nick, and then an 8 to the end. Actually, he might be able to do 3 7s, won't he? 3 7 to 21.
Yeah, he's done a because he's done a 7 and a 6 so far.
Yeah, it'll be 7 when he comes in this time. Around Piccarello, it would be the next car through.
Schramm in.
Yeah, makes sense.
And Tandy in.
Did the 44 car come in?
No.
Lars Kern?
No.
Well, I think Kern's gone through the lead, so he's doing his 8th lap now.
You're absolutely right, John. Yeah.
Wow.
Lars
They might
Kern
be able to do this on a 6-lap stint at the end then. That would be massive for them. That would be massive for them because they need to take less fuel. If they can do that, that's big. If Kern... Well, he's gone on to his 8th lap, definitely, in the 44 car that he took up from Piccarello.
Yeah, the top 7 are in the pits now. Effectively, I think the Falcons just... Yeah, no, so the Falcons went to... Yeah, 2nd through to 7th are in the pit, so...
Well, that was the top 7,
yes,
as they came in. So what we should see in a moment is the TF Sport Aston Martin come through, the number 90. Charlie Eastwood would be going on to his 8th lap if he goes through, and he has done, I think.
Max Hesse out in the GM Junior team.
Well, that's important.
Through 2nd, yeah.
Right, so that's important. The BMW Junior team has got through before Maxi Goetz comes through. Maxi just going down. So this is relatively cold tyres on the 72, and this is a battle to the finish now between the 72, which is just out of the pits, and in behind is the Huber Motorsport Porsche. The Huber Motorsport Porsche is going... And did they just come out as well? They must have. So they're just out of the pits. And then watch out for the pink Mercedes number 3.
7 laps each, yeah.
Pink Mercedes number 3 is Maxi Goetz. He cannot be that far behind, and this is a proper battle to the finish from these cars. Lars Kern, yes, leads, and he's got some minute. Yeah, he's got about a minute on Max Hesse. I don't think he can get in and out the pits, even if he short fuels at that point. But he's going to be only having something like 50 minutes to go when he comes out of the pits. And that, right there, well, that isn't 5 seconds anymore. The first of the Get Speed AMGs, Maxi Goetz, he's got 8 seconds on his teammate. All right, everybody, edge of your seat stuff. Kern and TF Sport, Falcon and TF Sport have got the pit next time around, but they can do short pit stops. So the out lap for these guys and the in lap for the 44 Porsche and the 90 Aston Martin, this is going to be massive to see where they come out. Might not challenge for the lead, but maybe, just maybe, they've got half a chance of a podium.
Just very quick update, John, we admitted to say on the detail of the 126 Ferrari entry that Simon Trummett was actually out of the car and fine, standing next to it.
Good.
Heavy front end damage was reported, but driver's absolutely okay for anybody listening. Connected with Simon Trummer.
Hop Sweet, as my much missed mother-in-law would make sure I said at every opportunity, or at least once a race broadcast where there were Swiss competitors or teams involved. So Kern now really needs a super in lap. The 126 was under investigation for a code 60 anyway. That's interesting. Following numbers. And oh, here's another car. This is the 72 under investigation again for a code 60. Well, I didn't see anything before for the 72.
Nothing came with the Dan Harper one by the look of it.
No, that was, where was that? That was at 13 minutes to the hour. This new one is 8 minutes past the hour. So, wow.
2 minutes ago.
Yeah, exactly. So the battle for third is the battle for the effective lead of the race, because the leading two have to go in. And even though they've got the best part of a minute on this battle, they can't get in and out the pits there. Down through the foxhole. Really, really interested to see how this goes. Hesse for BMW Junior Team, Max in third position in the 72. It is Huber's Porsche, the 25, that pulled off that brilliant overtake earlier on. And I got so excited about, I gave it to Nick Tandy. My apologies for that. Because it was, in fact, the number 25 Porsche, not the KC NG car. And
identical strategy for these front two. The
Nico Menzel, wasn't it? Yeah.
Yeah. Picarella did 7 laps, Kearns done 7 laps in the Falcon 44 car, and TF Sport had done 7 with Hasselclot and Charlie Eastwood done 7 laps as well.
Yeah, and the KCMG Porsche doing 7, 7 and 7, I think, as well. Has Tandy done the whole race here?
Yes.
Yeah, that's interesting, because he wasn't here for the early part of the week, so he didn't get any practice or qualifying on Friday, didn't get any racing yesterday.
And he's done 2 stints of 7 as well.
So he'll go 7 to the end. So that's basically, when people say what's the point of this race if it doesn't set the grid for the main race, it's not about setting the grid, but it is about getting people up to speed. There will be people who, by their results here, get the coveted blue light and get into the top qualifying, and we'll give you all the details on that when we're back here for the race, which is the weekend of the 26th, Ascension Day weekend. Now, where are the Code 60s and who's the winners and losers here? I'm waiting to see Lars Kern appear.
We've got one going into Flugplatz.
Well, they've passed that. They're coming up the mid curve now in the bottom of the Caracciolo carousel. So, first two, remember,
next
have
one
to
at
stop.
Howard Act as well, just before Whipperman.
Right, so the chasing group are coming to that now.
Yeah.
The cars that will become the leaders. The number 72, Max Hesse. And who's in the 25? That's Joachim Tyson behind the wheel of that. In the Huber Motorsport car. Klaus Raeder, I think, did the middle... No, it's only Menzel and Tyson who've been in that car. So is Tyson doing a double to the end then? Into the Code 60. Don't think you can steal a little bit here and a little bit there, because that's what the GPS trackers are for. It's like the average cameras. That was for the Falcon Horse 101 car, which is now on the back of the flatbed. So that might be gone the next time around. 46 minutes to go. Lars Kern coming in at the end of this lap for Falcon Porsche. TF Sport Aston Martin, Charlie Eastwood, he'll come in at the end of this lap as well. The acceleration of these cars when you get out of the slow zones, they'll be sitting down in first gear on the pit lane speed limiter and really ready to release it and go.
Probably even in second, actually.
Do you think?
Yeah. Down at 60k, yeah, probably.
Well, this is interesting, because that's Eastwood right ahead now of Hesse and
Another Code 60.
Hesse, and that's where the Ferrari, is still. So that's not going to be taken for a while. I think has Hesse caught an Aston Martin, and is it the Aston Martin he's racing? Because if that's the case, he's taken 50 seconds out of him since the start line. Can't be, surely. It must be other Aston Martin. But that means that, you know what it is, you know?
It is.
It is.
It is.
Eastwood's lost a lot of time on that lap. I wonder if going for the 8th lap hasn't worked for them in terms of their fuel. That is Charlie Eastwood in the number 90 car, so they've dropped back into the clutches of BMW Junior team. Lars Kern is 50 seconds up the road, so he'll be coming in next time. The Aston will peel off at the end of the Dottinger and Tiergarten. Lots of traffic as they're coming down onto that long straight now. Can't call this. Can't call it, Pete.
Not at this stage, no.
It's closer even than yesterday. We've got a bit more news. Charlie Eastwood indicates right. He's not fighting that car. He knows that that is not the battle against the BMW Junior team. And Hesse is already at the next split, scored in 2nd place. Eastwood will peel off this time. Where's Maxi Goetz? 3 seconds further back. Goetz has got past the Huber Motorsport number 25 car. I think that car is... No. I'm going to check that to see if they've actually brought that car in. There'll be a slew of pit stops here. I think the Huber car was struggling for fuel as well. Yes, it was. It was on it.
Eastwood in.
And Tyson in. They were on their 8th laps, and I don't think that's worked for them in the middle of the race here. They didn't get the fuel mileage that the Mercedes did. So 1st, 2nd and 3rd have gone through. There's 11 seconds between them. We wait for... And 1st being BMW, 2nd and 3rd being the 2 AMG Get Speed. There goes Chris Haase. He's another 11 seconds further back. And these cars are all going to the end from now. All going to the end from now. So this is a proper race now. The top 5, Pete, is separated by 23 seconds. And 4th and 5th, Chris Haase and Chris Mees were half a second between them as they went across the line. 3 seconds between Maxi Goetz in 2nd and Max Hesse, who are in the lead. Thank you very much indeed. I'll just leave the rest to you. I'm just going to sit back and enjoy. Nobody can.
Thank you, Nürburgring.
Oh, marvellous stuff. That last lap for the cars who were on that were 9:31. So that lets you know that's round about a minute and 15 seconds longer than it should be. So with 42 minutes to go, it's going to be 5 or 6 laps, depending on the code 60s. Where is... Where are... Well, the Falcon car. Where's the Falcon car going to come out? The 44. Klaus Bachler. He's a minute back from the leader. But perhaps... I mean, he won't need full fuel in that car. So that would have been a quick stop. Because he really only needs enough fuel for 5 laps. So that'll be a light car. It'll be quick. Keep an eye on Klaus Bachler's time. In the number 44. Alessio Piccarello started. Lars Kern in the middle. Did the 8-lap stint. This is really building up nicely for the main event on the weekend of the 26th. We'll be back at the Nürburgring for you from early in that race week, and the plan is to present Midweek Motorsport on Wednesday night, 9 o'clock Central European Time, 8 o'clock UK, from the Nürburgring, from our commentary area, our new commentary area, because we're in the TV boxes.
Another code 60, John, for the Landgraf Mercedes again. They had that problem at the absolute beginning of the race.
No, it's all right. The Rover Racing cars with further pain. 32 seconds added at the end of the race for an unsafe release on the 98. Remember, I told you the number 82 car was being looked at for a potential penalty. They've NFA'd that, no further action on that one. That was the Pro Sport Racing Aston Martin. But we have got the 6 and the 98 under investigation again for Code 60 violations. So that would be the Mercedes Team Bilstein car, which is just going out of the pit lane with Philip Ellis behind the wheel, and the Rover Racing number 98 just rejoining for Phil. Been rather a lot of Code 60 violations or investigations.
Yeah, yes, I mean, which is not normal.
It's not the first race of the season, is it?
No, exactly. It's not normal. It's a very high incidence, I would agree, because equally on that we had virtually no Code 60s yesterday. Pretty clean race. The weather had a bit of an impact on it. Today we've had quite a few of them, but you say violations is a higher average than I've seen in many a race, to be honest, of the violations of those.
The leader is under investigation for Code 60. So we still haven't had a resolution to that. That's twice they've been under investigation.
Is it two different drivers though?
Yeah, it is. Yeah. 8 minutes past the hour for this one, and that's still not being resolved. I was just going back to see if there was anything there. Now at this stage, of course, any penalty, and it will be, if the penalty does come, if it is assessed, it will be as a multiple of how many kilometres per hour they were over the speed and for how long. And that will be assessed at the end of the race. So we need to keep an eye on that, because at the moment, 2.7 seconds between first and second. Well, Chris Haase might not actually have that in the 72. Max Hesse, excuse me, in that car. Might not actually have that. Ian McCarthy, and I totally agree with this, on at RSL_studio, says, more than a racing festival than a qualifying weekend. I really hope this build-up to the N24 won't be a one-off. Very important to teams, drivers and fans. Any racing on the ring is worthwhile. Totally agree. I think this is starting to get its own atmosphere and character, this event.
I think you're right there, John. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I'm with Ian there. Started on Friday, more running than ever before, as you mentioned, Pete. And, you know, it's... The weather's played a big part, but there's been a good crowd here today. It was a little bit sparse yesterday, but the weather wasn't great and the weather forecast wasn't good, and there was other things for people to do, including an FIA World Endurance race, an hour and a bit up the road at Spa. So I can understand if you were, you know, perhaps you had to do stuff with the family yesterday, so the opportunity to come on Sunday. We don't always have a lot of racing here on Sunday. The VLNs tend to be Saturday, sometimes single day events.
Well, yeah, it's always a Saturday, isn't it? Yeah.
Class leader, the 330 BMW. That's that very fetching colour. The dark grey and bright orange with the orange wheels. Blackpool supporting Johnny Palmer. Would love that. His team play in Tangerine. It is the Adrenaline Motorsport Altner automotive car. And was that, it was Oscar Sandberg, I think, who started that car. Philip Lyson behind the wheel at the moment. Sindre Setsas listed against that car as well, another virtual to reality racing. We've had a few of them, Sammy Matty Trogan amongst them.
Going to see more of it as well.
Yeah, you will. Totally agree. Oh my goodness. This is more. 72 under investigation for a third time now, Peter. At 22 minutes past the hour for another Code 60 violation. That's the lead car.
It almost points to something being slightly wrong.
Yeah, also Adrien Delanier in the... No, not Adrien Delanier, sorry. The Schubert Motorsport 8th place BMW for Code 60. The 241, the 21 as well. which is one of the leading class cars. That's Charles Putman, who's just pitted. They're under investigation. The 28. These are all cars at the sharp end of the field, so it is Dynamic. Dynamic were in there. And the 227 as well. This is extraordinary. Have they got their code 60 buttons set at slightly the wrong speed? That's Team Zorg Rensport again. The other one of their cars. They've already had one for the 228, haven't they?
It just seems a bit odd how many all of a sudden he said there's such a amount of transgressions. We don't.
Well, that was a whole group of them at 22 minutes and 3 seconds, 23 seconds, 33 seconds, 43 seconds, and 24.19. So they went through as a group. Problem for the 55 car out on the circuit. Don't get much more detail other than to say that it is a technical defect for Landgraf. They haven't had a clean run today in the Pro-Am section.
That's the one that had the incident at the very beginning, wasn't it? With the front end damage on the warm-up lap.
Yeah, absolutely. I wonder if they did a radiator there and it's finally caught up with them. So the battle at the front of the field has stretched from 2.7 seconds to 7.3 seconds between Max Hesser and Maxi Goetz, with Jules Gounon just a further 8 seconds behind, 7.5 seconds at the line, and the top three within 12 seconds. Then Hasser and Mies are having a great battle in the two Audis. This is not over yet, is it?
Far from it. Far from it.
Particularly not if there's a penalty on the BMW Junior team.
I'm just surprised, John, at those penalties you just read out, all being, how many, 4 different teams?
Top class cars.
You've got all four teams, all within a matter of seconds one another. There's a pattern there that indicates to me that it's unlikely all drivers were wrong in that situation. It's just almost like it's a timing glitch or something.
Yeah.
It just seems more electronic to me than, one of them I get, but
wow. The Audi Sport Team Car Collection, 4th place, number 22, Christopher Haase, ahead of Chris Mies by 0.6 of a second as they went across the line in the battle for 4th. Just one spot off the podium at the moment, and they're 20 seconds behind the last step on the box. The BWT, the team Get Speed Mechanics, is getting animated down in their pit area as they're watching their two drivers, Maxi Goetz and Jules Gounon, on full attack mode. 32 minutes to go. So probably 4 laps. Wicker Bill has tweeted at RSL_studio using the hashtag RSLN24Q, said, and this might be a bit Spinal Tap, but did somebody get code 60 KPH mixed up with code 60 MPH?
See, you're on the right theme.
Yeah, absolutely right.
Just doesn't add up to me. All those at the same time being wrong.
There's a little bit of leeway given. Charles Esplanade down in the pit lane with Patrick at the moment. See if we can eavesdrop on that for a sec. Probably going to be done in English, this one. Charles with a busy couple of weekends, actually. Had their GT, you were talking about how flexible GT3 cars, they were up in the Creventic series for the double 6 hours for the 12 hours of Spa. Finished second overall. Leader got a bit of clear track ahead of him at Arenberg as he drops down into the Foxhole. It'll be I think 3 laps to go at the end of this one. Actually, that is something I can have a quick look at. Shall we do the class leaders as we're coming into the last half an hour? Let's do that. V4 is the BMW 325i, the number 323. Just coming into the pits from the lead of V2 front-wheel drive, the 223 GT Tyres Motorsport VW Golf. They won yesterday. That's the Golf Mark 7. V5 is the Adrenaline Motorsport Porsche Cayman, the 444. 396 is another Adrenaline car. It's another class leader. They're in 55th position, and they lead V6 with their Cayman S. 871 is the Cup 5 leader for BMW M2 Club Sports. That's another Adrenaline Motorsport team. They're in 51st. Inside the top 50 for the VT2 rear drive car, the 330i, the G20 shaped car, is another Adrenaline Motorsport class leader. That's the number 330 in 47th position. Schnitzelarm are leading with the number 244 in the BMW 240i class. They're in 45th. Alternative fuel is the Porsche Cayman, number 633 in 44th position. The SP3T leader is still the WRX Subaru, the number 114. Cup 3 for Porsche Cayman 718 GT4 Club Sports is the G-Tech competition car, the 253, just outside the top 30 and 31. One place ahead of them is the SP10 leader, the Aston Martin Vantage AMR. That's the number 82. Into the 20s now. 27 is the TCR leader, Mark Bessing for Hyundai Motorsport in the 830. Teichmann Racing has Tim Sandler behind the wheel of the Cup S leader, the 161 KTM Crossboard, just outside the top 20 at 23. And he is just behind another Aston Martin class leader. Peter will be happy about that. SP8T, it's number 69 for Door Motorsport. And into the top 20, class leader of Cup 2 for Porsche 992 Cup cars, basically. The K Kramer racing car. And Chris Brugg, who did that amazing lap this morning of an 8:31.727, is in the 127, finishing that car's stint off. True Racing has the KTM Crossboard GT2 leading SPX just outside the top 10 at 12. And of course, Max Hesser is leading overall by 6.7 seconds at the front of the field. And there's just under half an hour to go.
If your prediction's right on laps to go, John, that will take us to maybe 20 laps completed, not quite the 21 we thought.
Yeah.
Quick update on the 99 Rover entry BMW. That is back in the pits again, so I think that was the two that we believe had come in together in the pit lane, but we can't believe, we know there was a pit lane incident. We think it was these two cars together. They certainly came in together, went into the boxes together.
And the 99 got an unsafe release penalty as well.
Correct, yeah, so the 98 continued, but the 99 appears to have had a bit more damage to it, so that is back in the box again, sadly. So not a good day for Rover Racing.
Replacement penalties coming in for some of the Code 60 violations that happened at the same time as our leader. So this could be significant, Snowy. Non-respect of Code 60, 40 seconds for the 241. That's one of the Adrenaline cars. The Ferrari, that was from a bit earlier on.
It's kind of irrelevant now as it's out.
Yes, but that was similar time to the first 72, the first one for the 72. So they're catching up at the moment. That's 40 seconds. And 253, also 40 seconds. The 109 speed limit, 30 seconds. Now, when did that get assessed? That might have been a pit lane speed limit, actually, just for a... this might not be over. We could be deciding this in the stewards' room, because the 72 still has two penalties hanging over it that were being investigated, but there was a lot going on, including clearly quite a serious incident with the 126, which may well have put race control just behind a little bit, and they're doing things in order now, and we're seeing them coming through. So let me scroll back through. There were three investigations on the 72. The first one, I have now seen no further action. The second and third, I've not seen anything. Leader in VT2, or one of the front-running cars in VT2 front-wheel drive. It's just Lena and Volker, the strike checks here. And that's Volker getting into the car for the final stint. That's father strike check. Robin possibly joining them for the big race itself. It's the 110 Opel Astra OPC Coupe. Pretty little car. So that car leaves for its final stint, last 25 minutes. Across the line, the 72, 25 minutes on the money. So 3.8 to 24, but last time it was an 8.40. Yeah, 3 more laps, I reckon. I'm just interested to see what pace these cars have got left. The 2 Get Speed cars, Snowy, have closed right up. So it's Jules Gounon who's got the hurry up at the moment. And that means the top 3 that were 12, 13, 15 seconds between each other, now just down to 10 seconds between the top 3. I keep looking back at the screen, waiting to see.
I know. You do it and you're making me nervous doing it.
They're quite clearly working through these in numerical order. The last one I've got is a 40-second penalty for no respect to code 60 for the number 20. That was it. 22 minutes and 37 seconds past the hour, the alleged incident. 22 minutes and 43 past the hour is the 72.
What was the 30-second penalty for, John, and who was that to?
40 seconds to the number 20.
You mentioned the 30-second one as well.
30 seconds was the 109. That was a speed limit violation.
Ah, yes, right. I knew there was something else in there.
Still no word about the code 60 investigation on the lead car at 8 minutes and 8 seconds past the hour. It hasn't come up no further.
Half an hour ago.
Yeah. Well, it could affect it.
But all Max Hesse can do is just keep his head down and keep the job done.
Whatever happens, it's been a cracking race. And again, we've seen several different answers to the question of how to get to 3 hours with your fuel and tyres. Because the BMW Junior team have done the same as they did yesterday, which is 6.8. That's the start of the race. It'll probably only be 6.86, whether it was 6.87 yesterday, because of the amount of code 60 that we've had in particular. It'll be 5.87 for the 2 Get Speed Mercedes, 6.86 for the 22 Audi, and the line speed car will be 6.86 as well. By the way, Earl Bamber has been plugged into the number 18 KCMG Porsche. He's half a minute behind the 2 Audis that are battling for 4th and 5th. And he's actually only a minute away from the leaders. So if anything goes wrong here, and any 40-second penalty, by the way, if Max Hesse got a 40-second penalty 1, it would push him down to 5th place from the lead. If he gets 2, then he's going to be dropping down out of the top 7, possibly even out of the top 8 as it stands at the moment. I have no doubt that there are some discussions going on at the moment. SP10 number 81 in and out of the
There's some hearts racing in the junior team garage as well.
Have we now got a completely clear track, Peter?
Yes.
I'm starting to see some lap times speeding up a bit. So the two AMGs are heading down towards the bridge at the bottom of the hill at Breitscheid. In fact, off the track for, that was the Jules Gounon. He's hit the wall, I think, into the exit at Breitscheid. Now, has he got away with that? He'll be lucky if he has. He got offline onto the dirt and then slid perilously close to the right-hand arm core there is an entry there, and there are some track vehicles that can come back off. There used to be an entry for tourist laps. Yeah, he's in trouble. He's done a tyre. Jules Gounon out to third. This is third place, disappearing for AMG. Team GetSpeed. They have run a brilliant race. He's pulling the car up. It's not even going to finish. There goes Chris Haase. Car Collection up into third. There goes Chris Meese up into fourth. And it won't be long before Bamber comes through as well. That's going to be a right rear puncture or even a suspension damage there.
If it's clattered the wall, more like suspension damage, isn't it? So here we go.
He was catching his teammate. He went wide and ran down the barrier, and he was so close to having an even bigger accident as he went over the bridge there at Breitscheid. Wow. He just got the right-hand tyres hooked over the curb there. There is just a little bit of block paving, and as you come down through Exmüller to Breitscheid and the entrance and exit there, and there's not even a car's width between the edge of the track and the barrier, and there's not even half a car's width, as we saw there.
Jules Gounon just found out now.
Well, so one bullet in the gun has disappeared for Team GetSpeed. Now the two Audis are just 2 seconds apart and battling for third position. And that means that Earl Bamber's closed in a bit. Earl Bamber's closing up on everybody at the moment.
He has a habit of doing that, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's very good. Very good indeed. In from the lead of TCR, the number 831 I-30, which means Mark Basseng will go back through to the lead in the Elantra. This is exactly what happened yesterday. They were on different pit strategies. So now, Martin Ragginger, Ragginger is catching, Ragginger the Falcon Porsche is catching the Porsche, the KCMG Porsche of Bamber. He was 2 seconds quicker than the Kiwi last lap around. So Earl will be getting the hurry up from the team. This is for 5th and 6th and best Porsche honours. Bergwerk yellow flag. Somebody's off and back on again, I think. Number 80 under investigation for guess what? Yeah, code 60
infringement.
Yeah, that's the Pro Sport Racing Aston, and that is a car that is second in its class at the moment. Simon Belcan behind the wheel. Oh, this is all going to be very tense at the end. It would not be. It will not be unheard of for penalties after the checkered flag, because race control take their time to get it right, and they are not afraid. Some series, once you've gone across the line, they tend to leave it alone.
Yeah.
But that's not the case here.
Certainly not, and we've seen it before, as you said earlier, about the Octane 126 Ferrari that last year won a race on the track. And then, unfortunately, it was decided afterwards that it got a compound tyre wrong.
Yeah. Leader of the race, 40 seconds. That has been assessed. So is the 98 Rover racing car. So Max Hesse, across the line, is now in 6th position. He's behind Martin Ragginger. He's only 4 seconds ahead of the Schubert Motorsport car. There's still one more, I think, to be assessed for that car that we haven't seen yet. They had 3 investigations of Code 60 violation. The first one in the middle stint for Dan Harper was NFA'd, no further action. Now, whether this is the second or the third, I can't tell you, but I'm hoping I'm going to see something that says NFA, but it's coming in order, as I said before, Peter. So 40 seconds would put that car just ahead of Earl Bamber as they've gone across the line now. So that's going to drop him down behind the Lion Speed car collection machine. Drama right at the end. Well, the BMWs, which have been so good, have not had it all their own way. This could be, and how is Jules Gounon going to feel now, knowing that they could have had a 1-2 for Team Get Speed?
Yeah, absolutely. And there's a code 60 for that car actually at Bergwerk. Yeah.
Which car?
Number 4, the Mercedes.
Yes. Yeah. They haven't. I don't think Jules has moved very far. That was the car that hit the wall and stopped.
Yeah, but I thought it got cleared. There's a now code 60 for it, just ahead of it.
And there's lots of yellow around the circuit at the moment. Flans Garden as well. 114 under investigation. This is bad discipline, guys. Your team managers are not going to be happy. That's the Subaru SP3T leader. And these penalties now, they just go on to your race time. So these are absolute. So Maxi Goetz is the effective leader of the race with just under 14 minutes to go. Mercedes leads Audi in second place. Chris Mies is actually 40 seconds behind Max Hesse. So Chris Mies and Max Hesse are battling for the third step of the podium, but they're 40 seconds apart. Well, 38 seconds apart now, so Mies is ahead. Wow. And there will be, at the end of this lap, 2 laps to go. Actually, depends when he comes across the line. I've just said that there.
Say, would it be 2 or one
no,
more?
It might be 1 more.
Just 1 more, I think.
Yeah, because he's only halfway around. Non-respect of code 60. Read it and weep, I'm afraid, for BMW Junior team. 40 seconds for the number 72. Well, the Nürburgring keeps giving us drama. And this is Chris Mies' chance to put 2 Audis on the podium. They are catching, actually. How far back is Bamber? Another 30 seconds. However, if that second penalty gets assessed, they'll go further back. Could have been a perfect weekend for BMW Junior team. They were immaculate yesterday, weren't they?
Absolutely. Exactly the same strategy today, as you said. Why change it? They didn't. And it just hasn't worked out for them. But an infringement is an infringement. I'm stunned. 40 seconds is it's a lot. But you say it's a multiplier of how much speed you were doing for how long in that time.
It was Hesse at the wheel of the car for the last 2. The first one, which was Dan Harper's, was discounted.
Yeah, NFA, that was fine.
It was investigated, but
so he's off the hook.
Required, yes. He crawled past the luckless Jules Gounon in a slow zone there. Jules Gounon nailed on for a podium finish, which has turned into what would have been a 1-2.
Yes, exactly. It would have been, wouldn't it?
Get Speed. So they did it a different way. They were putting the pressure on. The gap between first, second and third was only 12 seconds. So Max Hesse has got to be given the hurry up by the team. He cannot afford to take it easy. There's still the chance of a podium here, but he's got to overhaul Chris. He's got to put 40 seconds between himself and Chris Mies, and at the moment it's 38 seconds. There's only 3 seconds, by the way, between the 2 Audis.
Yeah.
So a bad lap by Haase and a good lap by Hesse. it could swing. We're going to be looking at the times here. Get the popcorn out and the abacus. Non-respect of chord 60 for the 227. Another 40-second penalty, and the 227 is a significant number because that is the Zorg Rennsport Porsche Cayman S that's been well up in the V6 category. In fact, might even be leading that category. V6. Oh, it's a 396 that's leading that, but that's not doing them any good, is it? Wow. So 9.5 minutes to go, and the Conrad Lamborghini currently coming down the Dottinger. Slightly flat to deceive today, but did well in the first two stints. Dropped way down now for that car.
It's 27th now.
Yeah.
Di Martino at the wheel now.
It's actually dropped a lap off the leader as well. I think there might be yet another significant penalty to come here.
You can feel it in your water, can't you?
I do.
I can tell the way you're hopping from one foot to the other. You're agitated by it.
I am. I don't like uncertainty, Peter. This has been a great race. I'm already very excited. I always get excited about the Nürburgring 24. All the 24-hour races that I go to have different characters and different personalities, whether it's the Rolex 24 Daytona, the Le Mans 24 hours, the Nürburgring 24 hours. They all have slightly different personalities. Dubai 24 hours, Barcelona 24 hours, Portimao 24 hours this year.
Off Lamborghini, yes.
Off for the Lamborghini. I think Di Martino there got slightly distracted by the BMW car in front of it when he was coming down into the Dunlop hairpin at the bottom of the hill. Target fixation there, do you think, Peter?
Possibly so, yeah. Something happened very strange there. We saw it unfold in front of us. He just didn't see he's about to catch up with that car now. He's now jinking left and right and getting all the gravel out of the various vents on the front of that Lamborghini and probably elsewhere in it. But he just didn't see the BMW. Well, he did see the BMW, that was the point. But it was in the middle of the track. And rather than dive down the inside and collect it, he went left, but put it into the gravel. So the BMW continues to live another day, but the Lamborghini's just added to its woeful weekend.
Couple of more Code 60 investigations and one penalty, and it's a significant one for a team that we know very well. First of all, under investigation, the 125, which is third in Cup 2, the Huber Motorsport Porsche, sitting in 24th position. Non-respect of Claude 60 for the number 21. Two penalties here. The first one for 2 minutes and 10 seconds. The second one for 4 minutes and 10 seconds. And respectively 1 and 2 DMSB license points. And that, the 21, of course, is CP Racing.
6 minutes 20.
Yes. For two different penalties there. They're still working through these. And the second one of that, for the Code 60, that was at 21 minutes and 51 seconds past the hour. There's still another 72 penalty after that, under investigation. About a minute after that. They're working through these. I see logic in what's going on the race control feed. And by the way, thanks very much to Nürburgring TV for giving us access directly to the race control message board that the teams get. Something that we haven't always easily had before. Got that up in a screen here in the broadcast booth, and that's been a great help here. A great help here. So I can't tell you which drivers have got the points there, whether it's the same driver. 16:21:57 local for that one, and where's their second one? The number 21, further back, I think. So this race, as I said, it could be decided afterwards. The good news for Max Hesse is he's got his foot down The two Audis are really close together, and now he's in with a chance of holding on to second place. Maxi Goetz is going to take the victory as long as he stays on the track with 5 minutes to go. But can Chris Haase and Chris Mies work together and not trip each other up? Haase 39 seconds behind the leader, who has a 40-second penalty. And Chris Mies 14.3 seconds behind the leader. So effectively 0.3 seconds behind the leader at the moment, but can't see him, of course. And the two Audis together as they head up to the Flugplatz on what will be their last lap. So the leaders are on their last lap now. Time will expire on this lap, and we will have done only 20 laps. So that is a measure of, you know, good conditions, yes, but how much full course, excuse me, code 60 and slow zones we've had. Quite a serious accident for the 126 as well.
All clear now though, John.
Right. Oh, here's another one. This time it's the... I mean, I keep having to scroll back up and down to see these on the race control screen, just to try and keep up to date with what's going on. The Dynamic Motorsport Porsche, the number 28, that's now under investigation. That's the second time they've been under investigation in the last half an hour as well. Oh dear.
I've never known it. I have to say it's unprecedented.
Yeah.
The amount of infringements. It just makes me...
From top teams and drivers as well, Snowy.
Exactly my point, and I'm not doubting the officials and the governing body, etc. I'm just... The amount of them just surprises me.
Get speed car of Maxi Goetz getting caught up behind class leading.
Don't want to go there because that's where your teammate went off.
Yeah,
So be ultra careful through there.
Class leading Golf.
There's a barrier there with a big magnet on it for pink Mercedes.
Yeah. Class leading Golf in the VT2 front wheel drive. The GT tyres car has just gone past that. So a helicopter pilot understanding absolutely that the pink car is the leader as he passes his stricken teammate, gets a little wave from Jules Gounon. Oh, he'll be sick as a parrot, won't he? That, I mean, awful losing a podium place. It was looking like second, maybe a challenge for the lead, but it would have been, it looked like third rather, maybe a challenge for second, but now it would have been a challenge for the lead. And what a great picture it would have been to have the two new liveries for this year on Get Speed coming to the line. No further action for the 125. Okay, so we've skipped down a little bit there. Whoa. 2 minutes to go. Max Hesse will come across the line, and
it's 41 seconds now, the gap.
So he's back into second. So Max Hesse for BMW Junior Team with a couple of really good laps.
Third.
No, second. He's ahead of Haase. If it's 40, if the gap between first and third is so he's back into second. Goetz leads. Haas is 41 seconds behind the leader. This is going to be very tight. But the two Audis are separated by half a second. And surely somebody's got to be on the phone to the two Chris's and say, guys, stop fighting, get your foot down, and make some time up in this last half a lap. What they can't have now is any slow zones for them, because, of course, although Max Hesse is very close to them in time, he's much further ahead of them on the track. In fact, Hesse will be coming through any second now, I would have thought. He's 14 seconds ahead of Maxi Goetz. So we might be seeing the lead car. There will be a change at the end after the cars have crossed the line. Österreich for the BMW number 831 that he shares with Antti Berti. That car back in the lead again. Mark Bessing. Oh yes, of course, we swapped them over at the pit stop, didn't they? I said that they did that yesterday. The other way around.
Clock's about to stop, John.
Yeah.
It's literally 20 seconds to go.
On your ticker, on your tracker, where is Hesse? I answered my own question. He's just on the Dottinger Her right now. So this is definitely the last lap. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Get the man with the checkered flag ready for Max Hesse, who will see it first. But what position will he be? First? No. Second? Maybe. Third? Possibly. Fourth? Well, it's in the mix.
Equally possible.
Yeah.
Yeah. Third or fourth, equally possible.
I reckon he could be second, third or fourth here. And we won't know for about another 44 seconds. So start counting when he goes across the line. In terms of your stopwatch, to the line. Second win on the road in 2 days for BMW Junior Team. Stops the clock now as he goes across the line. In about 13 seconds' time, Maxi Goetz will be the winner. Oh, in fact, he's even closer than that.
Yeah.
So, did Hesse lift off towards the end? 15 seconds, all right, no, he pushed on. That last lap was an 8.15 to Hesse's 8.20. The two Audis are battling, but are they battling for second and third, or third and fourth? Coming down to the last part of the circuit now. The time is ticking away. This is going to be very, very close indeed. Need to be closer than 40 seconds. Here they come to the line, and it is an 8.17, fastest lap of the race for Chris Meese, but he's not got it. 41 seconds for him. He will drop to third. In fact, he will stay in third, and Chris Haase will stay in fourth position. So by 1.5 seconds, courtesy of a storming last lap by Max Hesse. Yes, made the mistake, but an 8.15 his last lap to an 8.20 for second, and an 8.17 for third place. So Chris Meese gets through on the last lap over Chris Haase, and the change happened. Was that a lift by the leading Audi, or was it a stutter in the fuel? Because that was a change coming up to the kink from the two Chris's. So Meese for Lion Speed is on the podium. That's the two car collection cars. They swap round coming to the line, definitely. But maybe in doing that, they've cost themselves a better position. The result has already been adjusted on the screen and shows Mercedes get speed, winning by 24 seconds from the penalised BMW Junior Team. Oh, I've just seen another penalty come in. No, it's the 2-4-1. That's 40 seconds.
Stop it.
I know, it could still happen.
Oh, my heart rate.
The two Audis separated by half a second at the line. The advantage of the third place on the podium going to Lion Speed then over Audi Sport Team Car Collection. KCMG 38 seconds further back. Nick Tandy doing 2 stints. Earl Bamber finishing it off. Martin Raginger finishing it off for the 44 Falcon car. A lot of big teams only getting one car home today after incidents. Then it was Share Sport and the number 16 Audi. All on the lead lap these. Aston Martin up to 8th position. Haseklo bringing it home for TF Sport. 2 minutes away at the end. 9th position for the number 20 Schubert Motorsport BMW, and rounding off the top 10, the Schnitzelarm Racing AMG. 2.5 minutes away. Everybody else was a lap or more down. SPX winner, the True Racing KTM Crossbow. Cup 2 winner in, I reckon, 19th overall. There's Christopher Brook. He put in that stunning time this morning in the K. Kramer Racing UG Cup car. Just ahead of Nicholas Johnson by, well, actually, the vagaries of that. I think Nicholas was a lap down. Cup X was Tim Sandler bringing that Teichmann Racing Crossbow 161 home in the lead from the TCR leader. The two KTMs were just, the two Hyundais actually only about a second and a half between them at the end of the race. Cup 3 for the Caymans, won by G-Tech Competition, the 253 team. Well done to them. Pro Sport Aston Martin number 82 takes SP10 in 29th position. SP3T Subaru wins that one in 33rd. In BMW 240i Cupland, it was the Schnitzelarm Racing team, so 2 wins for them. 244 in 42nd. Alternative fuel was the 4 Motors Porsche Cayman 633 in 46th position. The VT2 rear drive was a great battle all the way through between Adrenaline number 330 and the 230 privately entered BMWs. The 330 and the 328, it went to Adrenaline. And third actually wasn't that far back either, Team Rogue Vent Sport. 16 seconds between the leading 2 in VT2 in 48th, 49th and 50th position for the third. Cup 5 for BMW Club Sports, the M2s, that was won by Adrenaline Motorsports number 871. V6, Adrenaline Motorsport Porsche Cayman. V5, Adrenaline Motorsport Porsche Cayman, the 444 car. VT2 front drive, 223 GT tyres, that's a double for them with their Golf Mark 7. The 325i up in the 60s today, that was a good run for them. They had the puncture yesterday. And the other winners, was that the last of the winners there? V4, I think it was. Yeah, so that's the last of the class winners. Well. There's still investigations going on and still decisions coming through on the screen, Snowy. But as we stand at the moment, provisionally, it is the number 3 Mercedes team get speed. I think we can say that that is fine. There's still a little bit of a sort of Damocles hanging over the junior team with one more Code 60 violation to be either penalised or discounted. No further action. Chris Meese in third for the rest of Car Collection. Third and fourth for Car Collection. And KCMG coming home in 5th position. Top 6 made up by another Porsche, Falcon Motorsports. Mercedes, BMW, Audi, Porsche, your top 6.
Well, not quite the BMW domination we expected or had seen. Yes, they would have done it had they not had the penalty. They would have gone through to that and taken that win. But equally,
how close might it have been though if Maxi Goetz he was 5 seconds slower than the leader on the last lap, and I don't think he was taking any chances.
No, exactly.
It was going to be sort of sub 10 seconds between the top 2, and you could have had Jules Goon on in that as well, of course.
Yeah, I mean, the point is that the junior team have been possibly the most outstanding the whole weekend. They've aced it, they've got the pace, they've won both races on pace. They haven't won it today on a penalty, which is quite right. So no disrespect to Mercedes Get Speed team, they deserve that. What's interesting is then that we've seen at the top, we've said, haven't we, too many times, 1, 2, 3 and 4, 1, 5 and 7, this, that and the other. It isn't. We've got Mercedes at the top, BMW, Audi, Porsches back in there again, more Audis, and Aston in the top 8, always going to say that. The next M4 GT3 is the Schubert car run down in 9th place, and then we've got Mercedes again. So it hasn't quite gone the way of BMW today.
Late penalty coming in for Pro Sport in SP8T, the number 80 car. 2 minutes 10 seconds and a licence point demerit as well for that car. So when I say this is not over, I am by no means exaggerating here. And where was that? That was the penalty before the second 72 penalty. So that's the next one that's going to be assessed, I reckon. But here's how it stands for the moment. It was the Mercedes team get speed with a different strategy. Remember, they went long in the middle. 6-8-6 they went, didn't they?
Yeah.
For their run through, and got them to the line ahead of BMW Junior Team and Lion Speed. The top 3, making the top 4 actually within half a minute with the penalty applied to the BMW Junior Team. I think True Racing in the Crossbow will be delighted with another just outside the top 10. Were they 12th yesterday? They were 13th today. The Porsche Cup winner, K Kramer Racing, inside the top 20. In fact, 2 Porsche Cup cars inside the top 20 for the new 992, and 3 within the top 25. So all of the top 7 and 11 of the top 12 are German cars. Tim Gray says, Peter, do you still want to believe that a non-German manufacturer can win the 24 hours? Your boyish enthusiasm said it's possible, doesn't it?
Yeah, I'm going to say, I'll use the operative word being, it can win it.
Okay.
Thank you, Tim.
Yeah. Well, you know.
No, it's a very valid question. It can do. The Ferrari, it was right up there.
That was a big accident. We didn't really get to the bottom.
No idea what happened.
It looked like there might have been some other issues at the side of the track there, but we've heard nothing from the organisers. So
the Conrad Lamborghini, you said the phrase yourself, almost flattered to deceive.
Yeah.
It's got the pace. It's certainly got the pace with Jordan Pepper in it. The point is that you did say it's a Pro-Am lineup, so
Correct.
there's always going to be such a variation in that car's pace. But
that's a good point.
It just doesn't seem to get there, does it?
So who was the best of the Pro-Ams? Was it the Twin Bush by the Keep Vitesse? The timing screen doesn't tell me about the Pro-Ams. 11 is a Pro-Am. 28 is a Pro-Am, but they had problems. They dropped back, didn't they? Oh no, 28 was ahead of the Pro-Ams. Okay. 25, is that a Pro-Am? No, that's not a Pro-Am. Oh yes, it is. Huber Motorsport. I think it might have been Huber Motorsport that won Pro-Am. Unless the Schnitzelarm car is a Pro-Am. Yes, it is. All right, so I'm working my way up. So 34, 2090. The TF Sport car, is that a Pro-Am?
No, I don't think so.
No, okay. So I think the Schnitzelarm car might have won that. Let me have a look at the 20 and see if that is in there. It doesn't show up on the timing screen. No, unofficially, the Schnitzelarm number 34 Mercedes AMG GT3 is the best of the Pro-Ams. I've got no further penalties yet, but there are still penalties to be assessed, I think. Don't quite have the same system as we have in other series where it shows them being assessed and served, and then you can go back. Oh, changes. What's happened there?
Nothing at the top 3.
No, it's all right. KCMG's just been put in twice.
Yeah, I think it was just our screen updating.
Yeah.
My heart did flutter when the screen flickered.
Yes.
I will say that.
Yes. I'm going to dare to refresh my timing screen and see what it comes up like. Yeah. So nothing has changed at the moment. Well, we shall reconvene in a couple of weeks' time when our coverage will start with a special midweek motorsport on the Wednesday of race week. Race weekend, the 26th of this month. Rinse and repeat for the coverage. We're not getting the podium right now, which suggests to me that something else is happening. And they won't put the podium out until they've looked at all the penalties here, Peter. So my summation, and it was only that there was still at least one penalty to look at for a podium finish in the overall. I think there's still one penalty for the 72 that needs looking at, and that hasn't been confirmed one way or t'other yet. So we're on our tenterhooks again. I've stood up again. I'm pacing again. Peter has raised an eyebrow. No, okay. There's another refresh. These are a lot of changes going on. Let's head down for the podium at least and take in the formalities. The drivers are gathering. And we'll leave race control. So third position for Audi. And that is the I'm so scared to say anything. It is second position for the BMW team, so third position then onto the podium for Car Collection Audi. Second, the BMW Junior team. And it will be the first win for the Mercedes-AMG team Get Speed in their new colours and sponsorship. And it's the number 3 car. So congratulations to Fabi Schiller, Maxi Goetz, who brought the car home, and Adam Christodoulou, who did the middle stint. And here is the national anthem for the nationality of the winning team, Team Get Speed. The flashing screen, which was panicking us, penalty for the 114, 40 seconds, and same for the 241. Those were the two flashes of the screen at the end, which has changed everything. The 114 was the leader in SP3T. That hasn't taken them out of it. And the 241, that car being the Adrenaline Motorsport machine. I don't think that's cost them any significant position. Let me have a quick look. 241 before the timing screen disappears as we're getting the presentations. No, 241 was 4th position in the 240 class, and 3rd was well away from them, so not a problem. Trophies to the winners. They got theirs first. Second place for BMW team. Slightly disappointed for them after a very, very good weekend. They do look very junior, that trio as well, don't they? Good job this race didn't go on too late, because they have to be back to school tomorrow.
Timing screen's updated. And it doesn't show Junior BMW in second place anymore.
Oh, does it not?
No, it's saying Line Speed Car Collection is in second place.
No, I've just updated and it's gone back. It's gone back to 72. I think when they're doing some of the updates, they're not necessarily coming through. 20 laps completed. The margin of victory, 24 seconds from Mercedes team Get Speed. They would have been 1-2 if Gunon hadn't gone into the wall. Not sure why Car Collection swapped Chris Meese for Chris Haase. Maybe Meese thought he could make up the 2.5 or so to get him further up the field and drag the other team with them. Well, hope you've enjoyed what we have been presented with this weekend. I do hope, I know this was a bit of a difference because of the 50th anniversary running of this race. I do hope they consider keeping it, because it's been a real festival of motor racing. No champagne sprayed there at the end. The guys saving that for later. My thanks to all of our technical support from Nürburgring TV, particularly from Emily and Patrick down in the pit lane, from Peter and me, John Hindhaugh. Thanks and bye.
Willkommen, liebe Zuschauer, zu dem Motorsport-Spektakel schlechthin.
Zuschauermagnet, guckt euch die Atmosphäre an.
Sensationelle Stimmung in der Eifel. Die Fans sehen wir hier, das Fahrerlager ist voll.
Also wenn du hier nicht aufgeregt bist, dann hast du irgendwas versäumt.
Und lassen wir uns freuen auf 24 Stunden Motorsport vom Allerfeinsten.
Das Beste, das tollste Rennen hier in der Eifel mit den besten Fans der Welt. Startgruppe 1, die Veranstaltung läuft!
Ich krieg die Pimpernellen und ihr ärgert euch, wenn ihr nicht angereist seid.
Schau dir diese Bilder an, Jörg. Die hell erleuchtete Grand Prix-Strecke, das Fahrerlager.
Rock'n'Roll!
Die Action, die da passiert, sind die wahnsinnig.
Da regnet's! Schau dir das mal an. Also das ist jetzt mit Slicks nicht zu befahren, was wir da sehen.
Es überschlagen sich wieder einmal die Ereignisse. Wieder einmal wird das 24-Stunden-Rennen am Nürburgring zu einer Mischung zwischen Himmel und Hölle.
Berührung! Berührung! Und beide drehen sich!
Was für ein Finale. Die Sieger sind im Ziel. Überbordende Freude an der Box.